Kayvon, how's it going? I haven't seen you in my chat in a little while, I guess. Good to see you. I'm on early today. I made it early. I've wanted to be on early the past couple days, and I wound up being on late. And so it feels good to have dropped the expectation and wound up on early, which is really good. And today was an amazing day. It had a weird start, and it had a great finish, and I feel like that what's about to happen is going to be something special. I sure feel it, and something tells me that a lot of people that are going to be here tonight are going to feel it too. I have a lot of sharing to do here today about some things that happened. All beautiful. And they all tie together in this kind of very special way that I speak about all the time. And, you know, to see this amount of connection, all in the same circumstance, pointing to this one truth, it's hard to deny. You know, sometimes we're so close to the truth, we're so close to the edge, that we just need that little push, and we put that intention out. We say, God, universe, self, help me out. I just need one little definite thing, okay? Enough secrets, enough reading between lines, enough decoding emotions, and just let me have one thing that I can see with my eyes, hear with my ears, the ones that I carry with me. And wow, we have some answers today, and it's powerful. So I'm just gonna kind of chill for a minute and let the stream build up, because it's that special, and it's something that I need to make sure as many people witness live as possible. It's a really beautiful thing that happened, and I'm going to start with these prayer cards, which actually I just grabbed moments ago, and it is absolutely tying everything together in this beautiful pink bow. Moving. Wait till you see what's about to happen. Brianna. Okay, I'm so glad you're here. I have your name. I found your name. I'm not going to tell you what it means, but I'm gonna give it to you tonight. So, and I'll tell you what it means in private. And if you decide to share it, that's up to you. But awesome. And you have a little bit to do with what happened here today. So, right. One of the things that I'm going to be starting with tonight is something that you shared with me, and it tied into some things that is really special, and led to me kind of changing the direction I was going to take it. And that happens a lot, doesn't it? Right? But we have to be open to that. We have to be open to saying, this is what needs to be heard, not what I want to put out there. It even came down to something as special as one of my mentors, who I watch regularly, and I read regularly, and I talk about all the time, mentioned some things today. I will be doing readings later in the stream. Yeah. I just want to kind of talk about some things and reveal some stuff. I would say if you want to kind of bounce around other channels and grab a reading and come back, you can do so in maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'll be doing readings, okay? And otherwise, you can chill out. And again, what I'm going to be going through today is very powerful, and you may just wind up hearing what you need to anyway, okay? But I love you, and thanks for popping into my stream. And if you aren't here, then I'll see you when I see you. And if you are, then welcome, my brother, because we're about to feel some connection tonight, in a real way. So one of my mentors that I was watching did a stream here. I had written down some notes on what I was going to speak about today. And these are the 4 words that I wrote down. I wrote these words at about, 11:30, 12 p.m., 11:30 a.m., 12 p.m. Eastern. Not all together, but as they pop in my head, I kind of jot them down. It was about that time. And there was a lot going on this morning, but working in twos. All adepts work in twos. The Temple of Calm. Now that came up later with respect to the word calm, because I was going to speak about the building of the temple, and with respect to the tarot, and with respect to the great work, the one truth. But it turned into the Temple of Calm, and there's some people here tonight that are going to know what that means directly because I shared it with them. And I'm going to be sharing a photo of that and telling a little commentary on that. The power of initiation. So special, and you'll know why in a moment. But the power of initiation and what that really means. We're initiated into high school, we're initiated into churches, we're initiated into jobs, and we are initiated into our work, if we choose. We're doing it anyway, but when we do it with intent. And then this thing happened. And the connections came out of nowhere from everywhere. Related to this one thing that I was actually planning on speaking about. Since we started talking about some things that led to a, kind of pointing out the truth in a more direct manner, I thought, all right, maybe it's just time to kind of just relax and realize that most of the people that come to this channel and stick around are adults and are turning out are being to be pretty intelligent, connected, loving, mature minds. And so we can speak about these subjects. And so I was going to speak about Kama Sutra, and I was going to speak about the divine dance, which is this, it's basically the idea of what I've been speaking about with respect to the Hindi perspective. I've gotten to Baha'i, I've gotten into I Ching, I've gotten into Kabbalah, I've gotten into the Hermetic, I've gotten into alchemy, and I touched on Hindi. And there's a couple of things that came up recently that are I'm going to include in today. It was a response that I gave to somebody that was having some trouble, and they're Hindi, and so I thought perhaps I can speak the language that they're going to understand, and so I'm going to include that as well. It's very moving because the mentor I'm speaking about is a gentleman named Milo DuQuette, and he's a special guy, partly responsible for my awakening. Now, Luana, I'm glad you're here. There's a few people that I really want to be here today. And his stream, he mentioned every one of those words in his stream today, and he's a so succinct, he can get out a volume of information in a 15-minute video and do it like he's just kind of chatting friendly. That's kind of what he does, since he's literally the most I don't even know what you would put it, experienced adept in the Golden Dawn system, the Thoth system, Thelema, that's alive. He literally wrote the book. And so that said, it was just interesting to see that correlation, because I was kind of perusing around YouTube for something specific, and it came up in my feed, since I'm a subscriber to one of the channels that reposts his Facebook stuff. And long story short, it popped up in the feed, and it had been posted a couple hours after I had written this down. And I thought, well, let me just see what he's got. It's a 15-minute digest. I can quickly he drops gems all over the place, and so it's a great thing. And so I watch it, and I hear every word. I hear the word adept. I hear the word temple. I hear the word initiation. And I believe he actually spoke the words Vishnu. I don't recall. Vishnu is an important part of what we're going to be talking about today, but what we're really going to be talking about today is this sacred dance. The dance of divine love. It's called the Ras Lila, or Ras Lila. The word Ras Lila is a portmanteau of two words, which is rasa, meaning nectar, the juice, the fruit, sweet tasting. Also feeling or emotion, which is very apropos. And lila, which means act, to do. And so this is the idea of the act of sweetness, or the dance of divine love. To make love, to act on love. So, and what it refers to is actually a very sacred dance that's performed as a ritual reenactment of the event of creation between Krishna and Radha. Vishnu being the one that is officiating, essentially, the space in which the act takes place. It's quite beautiful. This, by the way, is Vishnu. This is a set of bells that I've had for quite some time now. What a beautiful sound. Bang on the truth, right? These bells commemorate that act. This is Vishnu in the middle, and now anyone who is familiar with Hindi will know that that's Vishnu in a very specific state. That's in his water state. He's sitting on a lotus, which is typically reserved for the feminine. But when Vishnu is in the state of the lotus, he is in his water state, which is his state of creation, his state of dancing. And there's the three players, the three bells, which are him and the two lovers dancing their dance. And just to be clear, the name of the dance is so important because it's tied into, and why I decided to move this up probably a month, that I was going to speak about this subject, because of what happened today. Because Brianna, in a conversation, we were having a conversation, and she happened to have sent this to me in an image. I don't think she had any idea how profound it was going to be to me when she sent it to me. I can almost guarantee she didn't, because it was amongst a lot of other stuff that was relevant, and you know what I mean. And in fact, it all points to the same thing, right? But at the same time, it was much, much deeper than she could have ever imagined, and we're going to talk about that now. So the name of the dance is the Ras Lila. The Rasa Lila are the two words that name this dance. And we're going to look at some pictures, okay? And the first picture we're going to start with is what I received from Brianna, okay? Which, incidentally, before the night is over, she will have a different name. Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody is coming from anywhere. We're all here. We're all here in eternal time and space. We're always going to be here. We're just doing Lila Rasa. The divine dance we're dancing. Look how beautiful. Which one are you? I'm right here. That's me. And dancing and dancing. Dance after dance in one body and another body. And we're all here. We're all staying right here. Home. 81. Good stuff, right, people? We gotta go over this. This is so profound. We're just gonna look at this for a moment and just consider what I spoke about just a second ago. Let me kind of zoom out. There you go. Okay. Consider what I just spoke about a moment ago. The divine dance, the dance of divine love, the act of creation in the Hindi system is this dance called the Ras Lila. Now, interesting here that they use the term Lila Rasa. So they separate the words, which is fine, and then they swap them, right? So they have the Lila first, Lila being act, and then Rasa being nectar or emotion. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about here, which is just I want to plant this seed for some of the people here that might be listening and or popping in on this video after the fact. I think it's very interesting that Rasa Lila sounds very much like rose and lily. The rose and the lily. Anyone else feel that? Just let that sit for a minute. Right? So let's look at a couple pictures. Because this image here, which you may see depending upon how you read this with the font and the color, it can be from the 1800s, 30s, 1930s, 1950s. It does imply the term time and space, so that'll give us a little temporal indication. But still, regardless, it could have been written yesterday. It doesn't matter. Because what it's pointing to is something that's much older, and it's a very beautiful doctrine. Because it's the story of your birth, told through the voice of the Hindi. The Hindi know a thing or two about love. They wrote the book. Look how gorgeous that is. Where have I seen that? The color even. I mean, you know, and here's something very interesting I just want to point out. I had shared some artwork yesterday. And if you notice that there's a blue individual in this story, right? And we understand that the players in the story, every story has 3 players, right? Every 2 has a third. And so if this is the story that we're talking about here, in this particular circumstance, and the 2 players are Krishna and Radha, and the third is Vishnu, it's a very obvious analogy to any of these other trinities that have to do with this idea of creation, right? It's quite lovely. There's something to be said for that blue-skinned deity. But anyway, there's a final image here I wanted to show. It's showed up on a wall, and it's another beautiful example of this, with Vishnu in the middle, playing the music, sort of serenading this and witnessing this event between Krishna and Radha, and the event being the act, the consummation, the inhale and the exhale, the dance. The dance. Now, I've used that analogy many, many times. In fact, I think it's still up as my Facebook profile to quote thingamajig. And I might have even mentioned it here on the channel. The idea of that God, for lack of a better word, for the sake of the conversation, sleeps in stones, stirs in plants, dreams in animals, and is awakened in us. And that consciousness exists in all things, and that we are not the dancer, we're the dance. Right? And I think the way I put it is that we're not we're not the artist, we're the art. We're not the singer, we're the song. And we're not the dancer, we're the dance, right? We always think that the universe is our stage and we're the dancer, and we're just dancing through the universe. And, you know, I try to change the perspective and say, no, we're the dance. The universe is the dancer. We have this lie that we're separate. We're not separate, we're all the same. The universe is the one doing the dancing. We're the dance. And that's beautiful, right? We're not the thinker. We're not the observer. We're the thought. Kitten Smitten. Wow. That's a really cute name. Kitten Smittens. So warm I don't need mittens. There's a truth that needs to be realized there, because it gives us access to some very powerful things, and what those things are the only thing. There's something that was mentioned in this thing here, this beautiful piece of poetry. In one body and another, and you know that can be implied as reincarnation, but that's not the implication here. What's being implied here is in one body and another, like we're the same. We're the same. But now, as I explored that, I recognized, and no one called me out on it. It's half the truth, because it's true. We are the dance, but we're also the dancer. It's a beautiful truth, because it's when it comes to you and you recognize that that's the reality, And then you come to the real truth that there's that third. And that we are the combination, the whole of the experience. We are not only the dancer in the dance, we're the place that's happening at the same time. We're the totality of the experience. And when we recognize that we have the opportunity to, based on where we put our attention, become one thing or the other. We can become this space and watch the dancers. We can become one of the dancers and feel the reception. We can become one and the other dancer and we can feel the bestowal. We can decide to be all three at once and be in complete and absolute ecstasy all by ourselves. But when we decide to share that with another person, and they are in that same truth fully, the result is absolute bliss, beyond comprehension, that is eternal, it's timeless, it's infinite. It takes a moment and it lasts forever. It stops time. It's like you can be there for a second, and when you come out and you're back to your separateness, it seems like forever. And the beauty is that now you know. You've heard it your whole life, but now you know. You've experienced it. You actually know timelessness with the other. The recognition of the fact that the other is you, and that the two of you became one, and then that oneness is experiential for the first time. We are never not dancing. Be the dance. Dancing alone, we're infinite, but dancing together, we are everything. Powerful stuff, right? We need each other. We need each other because there's no other way to experience this. We can do it alone, but it's not the same. We're meant to do this together. We're meant to dance together. I've brought this up many times. This is the upper room. It's something that we hand out for free in the church, and you know, many churches get it. It's a little devotional. Here's today's, October 22nd, 2022. Continue encouraging each other and building each other up, just like you're doing already. Tell me it doesn't make you giggle. Just the absolute truth of it is so much. It's sometimes it's almost too hard to bear, but it's not. I'm almost afraid that it's going to be too much, but then I just gain the strength and let it in, and it's not. No matter how much comes in, I still have room, and I'm going to read it again. Continue encouraging each other and building each other up, just like you are doing already. Wow, come on. All right, let's just look at these prayer cards, because I need the space on the desk. But really, let's, Oh, that's right, that's the first one that I read that time, remember? You are altogether beautiful, my darling. There is no flaw in you. Song of Solomon 4:7. Come on. How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. Psalm 133. You are the God who performs miracles. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete. How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. Kidding. Oh, it's really quite something when you let yourself have it. When you don't, it's one thing, but when you let yourself have it, it's really something else. I was moved today, in a lot of ways. There's a lot of people going through stuff, right? And I'm one of them, right? And there's a lot of people that are finding peace in that, and I'm one of them. And when you are able to find peace, there's a compulsion to share that. When it's real, you want to and at all costs to share that, to stop the pain that's in the world that can be lifted if they understood. So let me see who's here. I'm going to catch up on the chat real quick. It's been about half an hour, so let's okay. Yeah. Ring my bell. That's funny. Monkey King, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in. The smooth sounds of your soul singing to you all night long. All right, so, come on, who gets what that means? That's funny stuff. I just want to make sure there's a couple people that I'm hoping pop in. I'm early, so I'm going to wait because I have to name somebody, and there's a couple of members of the Inner Order that I'd like to be here when it happens. Which bell's yours, love? You tell me and I'll ring it for you. Here, let's do this. Let me get my side one up. Okay. What can I bang it with? Oh, how about my wand? I think that would be perhaps a bit more appropriate, wouldn't you say? That I ring your bell with my wand. I'm gonna get kicked off of YouTube. I have to stop doing that. Actually, in all jest, this is purely jest, but I read recently that YouTube is going to start shutting down those channels that do like where they have like people scrape their microphone and stuff, what they call it, ASMR or whatever, because they consider it to be like soft core, right? And if you listen, like sometimes there's certain things that the way the language is spoken, it is it's romantic on purpose, and some of it is actually downright pointing at the and so you have to. I'm just curious how that's gonna wind up being received. There's clearly nudity in a lot of the imagery that I show on the channel here, and so far so good. Although it's all artistic nudity, right here on the cover of Crowley's book, most of the tarot cards that I show, and so thankfully, knock wood. Did you hear how they all have a different note? One more. Okay, awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Shoo Shoo is in the house. This one sounds about a half step higher, right? So, this bell commemorates the act that the image I got today represents, which points to a subject that I planned on speaking about in about 4 weeks. And what that subject is the same thing I've been talking about since the beginning of the channel in secret and openly for about 3 months. And it's really, really special that the universe is answering. But of course it is. It's the one speaking it to begin with. It was the one that planned it. It was the one that... Right? I mean, didn't you? Just try to remember. I mean, you're the one who conspired to make this whole thing happen. The least you can do is, take it in. It's already in there anyways. So, something very cool happened here today. In the meantime, I was at my desk and I was kind of taking a moment. I had a very strange phone call took place. I had a call that came in today from somebody that insisted that they talk to me. And they wouldn't talk to anybody else. Amreen, thank you for popping in and participating in the stream. And it's somebody that I've known for a while, and they're a mentally ill adult man. His name is John. And he was having kind of well, I'm not going to get too, let's just leave it there. I think I've said too much personal stuff. He was in a state of needing some help. And the people around him needed help too. And so, long story short, I was kind of put in a position to take this phone call and had to kind of talk someone off a ledge, so to speak. Sometimes you get handed something and you don't have a chance to think about it because you're busy like, okay, this is, I'm in it. And that's happened a few times in my life where I just kind of didn't think about it until after the fact and then realized like, okay, good thing I did that. And so that happened today. And long story short, it was a very difficult circumstance because this individual is not like us. He's special. And along with that superpower that he has comes some limitations as well. And those limitations may make it hard for him to be held responsible for his actions. And those actions can sometimes be violent. He's a child in a man's body. Literally. 85 IQ, 80. So, in the midst of being hurled the horrible insults, horrible hate, and I know that that's not true, right? That's just what he's speaking. It was kind of hard to stay focused. It's anyone who's done work with this, these people understand that you have to be rock solid. You can't lose your cool. Whatever's going on the inside, your job is almost like perform. You almost have to act because it's you need to stay cool so that they can have something to anchor to, so that they can have that safety that you're not going to lose your cool, that they can be calm knowing that you're going to be calm. And so I knew I wasn't here to talk him off of anything. I was here to do that. And let him kind of burn himself out. I had a experience with my middle daughter, the one that's a lot like me, and she was having an absolute screaming fit. And it was one of these things where I finally went, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm putting her in her room, shutting the door, and letting her scream it out. And I did it, and it worked. And at first, I'm like, oh my God, I'm a horrible person. But no, I'm not. And it was absolutely right. But how I handled myself was different. It was me talking him and into different places and kind of trying to distract and get him into his body and get him into a different place. Anyway, long story short, it wound up working. But while it wasn't, I decided to start stacking some stones. I have these stones that I think I have a couple here I can show you. Like this type thing, like polished by the river. Type stones. And so I just started lining stuff up on my desk here and stacking the stones. And every time the stones would fall would be that moment of like him slipping back. It's an analogy, but it was occurring. I would get him a little bit closer to peace, and then something would trigger, and it was like, I'm thinking, oh no, this isn't going to happen, and they're going to have to sedate him, or they're going to have to, strap him in. And I know that that's uncomfortable, because you have to recognize that what's inside of that person is somebody that speaks as eloquently as we do, as sophisticated an emotional system as we do. And just lacks the physical capability of communicating it. That's it. The mind is solid. Don't forget that. And I didn't. And so that makes it harder, right? Because you have to respect the fact that you're dealing with a superior being to you. This is a superior being to me. And you think you smell bullshit? They live authenticity. They have no tolerance for what they think is not true. Man, the pressure, right? But I got this. I have no choice. So what am I going to do? Fail? I can't have that happen to him. He can't be dragged away. He can't be sedated. And I need these aides to know that he's capable of that peace, so that they don't treat him like, oh, he's doing it again, get the straps. Nope. They have to know that it's capable for him to calm down, right? So I start stacking and they fall, and then he loses it and he gets a little closer, and I stack and they fall, and finally I got them stacked up and they stayed. Part of it was me letting go of my expectation of the shape and let it just stay where it was going to stay. And then it stayed. I let go of my will and gave in to the divine, and the balance happened. And I put the brown stone in between the black and white, kind of this idea of the choice in between kind of thing. And then I said, okay, well, that wasn't hard enough. Let me get a marble. I have a little bead, a round bead. And the hole where you stick the string is kind of like uneven. And so it kind of made it where it wasn't going to be easy to balance. And I tried to put the bead on, and all of the stones fell. And it was beautiful. It was a beautiful exercise in patience that I took live during the conversation while I was sitting here talking to this man, taking this hate. And what do? You just gently continue until they decide they want to stay where they are. And it happened. The marble stayed, and then they set up some other stuff. And there was I'm going to pop up a picture here in a moment. There was a little square with another square inside of it, like an empty space in that square, and I used that to kind of put my attention, and I saw my world from this space, and it was like a temple had been built. It was like a temple of calm. And we've talked about embodying on this channel, and the reality of that, and those who have entered the inner sanctum know how real that can be. It is actual. It's experiential. And so the calm that came from that, I didn't leave my chair. I didn't shrink like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids into this little square on my desk. But my lens was from there. I was seeing from that perspective because I recognized that I can embody that space, and I did. I am that space. Why can't I embody? I'm already there. It's just simply shifting your attention. It's the difference between me looking at this amethyst with my eyes and now listening to the song and not paying attention to what my eyes are doing. The sound and the light are, that's the same person. What's changed? What I'm paying attention to. I paid attention to the fact that I'm looking from that space also. And I just saw with my heart instead of my eyes. And so I was able to see the room and hear his voice from here. And I was residing in the middle of that square. Now, I was going to take a picture of this to show everybody after this experience. I took a picture of it. And my Chloe's my little white dog, like the Fool, She has her long hair. She's a rescue, and she's my buddy. Chloe was laying down here on a little dog bed that I have next to my desk here, where Arlo usually lays, and he wasn't there, but Chloe was, and so how cute. I went down to go to pet her. And right here, there's a window, and the sun was coming in and striking on her, and there was a perfect yud which is one of the Hebrew letters. I'll discuss the significance of it in a bit, in the sunlight on her body. And so I just want to show that picture first, because man, is it special. Considering the day that I had, for me to then see this image, this happened today, and it's undeniable that that's a Yud. Like, come on, that's cool. And, you know, maybe I'm stretching, all right? Maybe I'm stretching. So this is how that wound up. And the pieces were chosen based on basically color, I guess. Like, I started with the white stone, and then I put the brown one. This is the brown stone. You know, this one here that I use with the, you know, this is my Tao. The one stone with two states that are really just one stone with one state. Is in the middle, and then the black on top. So the black and white merged to create that two phases, and I wound up having the receptive, the receptive facing up, taking in the dark, and then ejecting on the bestowal, pointing down to bestow the white down, right? So that's how that was lined up in there, and then the marbles on top, right? And then I have my bell on the left-hand pillar, side. And then I have the trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding on the right. And then we have this beautiful piece in the middle with the red and blue, and then the flower. And then this is quite a lovely thing that I wanted to kind of show people, because it's not clear what it is. It's just, it's a shell. It's a piece of jewelry that is 3 shells glued together. But that sure does look like that the middle petals of the rose cross, right? The rose of the rose cross, right? And so that was there as well. And then that square with the square in it, and then this watch, this clock that's stopped. It's an old Timex from the 70s, and it's just it's stopped at 5:26, or 5:20, and the second hand's pointed at the 11, which is really cool. So then this is the space that I sat in there in the middle of that little square and kind of took in the calm. Looked at the little tree, you know, the little tree of life on the bell there next to the red and the orange. And, you know, somebody had mentioned this today, that, you know, there was a really interesting technique how I got through that, because, you know, people who work in that field know that that's hard to do that for a living. You know, it's thankless. And so, you know, you have to love doing it, and you have to do it for the right reason, or you're just going to burn out, because it's thankless and it's hard. And they're beautiful, and they're so wise. So wise. But so now, here's the cool part. This is the beautiful part, is that two things. First, I can look at this, and it wouldn't take long to memorize it, because basically the pattern is there. You know, there's some numerical stuff going on. The 4 stones, the 3 in the middle. You know, that's 7 plus the 3 on the bottom, or 10. So it's got a tree of life vibe going on. You know, if you count the petals in the middle as 3, it becomes 12, which is kind of cool. You know, all kinds of stuff. There's fun little mathematical things going on. But there's also just the shape of it. It kind of looks like a triangle, almost like a cup ready to receive. You know, it looks like a triangle. And so it's got that going on. And what we're actually looking at is a temple, a real one, a magical temple. And this could be used to do magical work, even just the photo of it, even you just looking at it right now. And this is a temple built to stillness. That's its purpose. And that's the only magic it's capable of. However, it is capable of the magic of stillness. even just the photo. It was built with intent, and it was utilized, and it worked. And it has the energy of that moment of taking this man's rage and turning it into... I do a little thing where I sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and then I mash it up with Bob Bob Black Sheep, and then I mash that up with ABC, and it makes them giggle. I got the idea from my kids. Well, I used to read, I have 3 daughters, and so they each got a book, right? I can't just read one book, because then who picks it? And so everyone picks a book. And inevitably one of them would pick Goodnight Moon, or inevitably one of them would have picked Where the Wild Things Are. And just to be funny, I would grab Where the Wild Things Are, and I would open it up, and I would go, in the great green room, there's a telephone and a red balloon. And they'd say, "What, Dad?" And so I tried that with him one time, and it worked. And he died laughing. It was A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yes, sir, 3 bags full. And he was like, "What just happened?" It was great. It was like, to see the look on his face, it dawned on him, because, he knew what word was coming next, and that's not the word that he got. And so at first he was actually troubled by it, and then when he saw me laughing, he laughed. Kind of like my daughter. This night was Rachel again. There was a beetle, and it was big, and I saw the fear on her face. And I grabbed the beetle, true story. I grabbed the beetle, and I took her hand. And I went, "Look, honey." And I put it in her hand. And I just had this look of amazement on my face, like, how lucky are you that you get to hold this beetle? That was the look on my face. And I just put it in her hand and went, "Oh, look, honey." And I watched the fear disappear. It was like, wow, I'm lucky I get to hold this beetle. And then I started talking about it. There's more beetles than any other kind of bugs in the world. You can imagine me as a dad, right? And so it was pretty cool. It was a cool moment, because the fear was gone. And suddenly she became the kid that, like, started picking up bugs, But it comes down to, what is the intent behind your communication? Because that matters so much. So much of what is heard is not the words we're speaking. And so much of the part that we use to communicate that isn't the words is influenced subconsciously by our feelings and by our intent. I mean, what are our feelings really? But just the motion of our intent manifest. And so the two are very closely entwined. It's as if they're the same thing. It's as if you can take the cup and the wand and mix them together, and they're one element of purple. And so, this is the highest form of low magic right here, right? Anyone who's dabbled in ceremonial magic or high magic or the Western esoteric ritual magic, A, you're probably, above average intelligence. B, you probably are a musician or a mathematician or a artist of some kind, musician most likely, or painter. Probably like contrast and geometry in your artwork, right? There's something very special about Salvador Dali because he does both. He touches the heart and the mind. There's these kinds of things that you hear about with respect to those kinds of thinkers and these types of things. But, what it really ultimately comes down to is that we recognize that there's a connection between everything, that everything is all one. And it's just a matter of allowing that in. And when we do, we get to flip the lens. Who's looking? Who's talking? Who's listening? And when we do that, is the power to transform, the power to recognize the truth and to be in it, in that stillness, eternally. And so I just want to read that again to now that we've had a chance to just sort of take the words in, let's review the statements mentally. We took them in emotionally, and so now I always speak about this technique, but we're going to apply it. So let's just read this now. The poem spoke about the Lila Rasa, which is, I believe, a Rosicrucian or Kabbalistically reversed on purpose. Although, anyway, it's obviously referring to the Ras Lila, or the Ras Lila, the dance of the divine love. And so the statement starts, we are the dance. We are the dancer, the dance, and the field that we move through. And then when we share that with another, and they are in that truth fully, the result is absolute bliss. It's the matter of recognizing the self for the first time, and that's the goal here. We're always dancing. We are never not. We are always talking. We are always listening. The question is who's listening. The question is who's talking. And we know the answer. We are the talker. We are the listener. And we are the thing being spoken all at the same time. So we get to decide. We get to decide which perspective we choose at that moment. And right now I'm speaking and you're listening. So now let's decide that you want to be the speaker. It's very simple. Recognize that you are me and embody me. It's okay. You have my permission. It's the least I can do since I embodied you without yours. I was nice, wasn't I? But go ahead and recognize that this is you speaking to yourself. The smooth sounds of your soul speaking to you all night long. And so, and there it is, right? You can actually experience that. And that's the goal here. That's kind of why it takes another. By yourself, it's an experience. It is. I've been there. We've all been there. We've had some moment in our life where we were filled with that moment and we were stuck in stillness. Women have reported very often that they experience that during childbirth. There's that happened to me, especially with my second daughter, my first daughter, but love that. She came fast. She was ready to roll, and when she crowned, it's funny because my first child was beautiful. I witnessed every moment of it, and I was the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes, and I welcomed her to the world and kissed her little dirty, bloody face. But my second daughter, I don't know, it was strange. When she came out, like it's crowning, boom, and then the head was like, right, and like there, like she wasn't out yet. And I had already been through it once, and I had seen multiple births. I'd been in the room for multiple births. I know it sounds strange, but I have friends. I've escorted people to abortions. I've escorted people to births. It sounds strange, but I'm just, I'm the one that people call because they're comfortable and they know that I'm not. There's no shame, being bloody in front of me and stuff. But for some reason, this was different. I just when the head came out, her head. Her name is Rachel. Time stopped. And a second later, she was born. It was 2 pushes. No epidural. No time. My ex-wife is a fucking Superman. But, so Rachel wanted to come fast, right? And she did. But she didn't come fast. It took an infinity. It took an eternity. It took forever for her to be born. There was just something about that. For some reason, that moment, I don't know, it struck me, and I was stuck in time watching that head crown. Wow, it was something. But it doesn't always have to be trauma, and it doesn't always have to be childbirth or something that huge. Because the reality is that every moment that unfolds is just as significant and profound. If you will let yourself realize that, if you let yourself have it, if you entertain it long enough for it to sink in. And how beautiful is that you could really look at a speck of dust and see the love, the dance between you and that speck of dust. But more importantly, when you are able to experience it with another person, it's something special. And now it can be as simple as meeting eyes. That's it. This doesn't have to be some kind of elaborate ritual that requires candles and oils and all kind of fun, but not necessary. Just simply look each other in the eyes and recognize the self in the other, knowing that they're doing the same thing, and experience this timeless moment. And again, it's important that you have the experience actually, because it is experiential. The whole point of the Kabbalah is not just to achieve Keter. It's to do it lucidly while you're alive, right? This isn't like Christianity where, hey, do this, and when you die, the work is to be done now and to be experienced now, and to make that now last forever. And the way to do that is to do the work alone. Memorize your times tables. Play with your sigils. Look at your charts. Read your books. Automatic writing. Do your paintings. Talk to smart people, especially if they're smarter than you. I've already met 2 people that are smarter than me. 3 since I've been on this stream here. And how freaking lucky am I? You kidding? Because I'm really good at asking questions. And so, we have an opportunity here, is really ultimately what I'm getting at. We have an opportunity here to recognize the fact that if we do know the truth, and I know there are people here that do, I've absolutely 100% verified it with 100% verified it with one person that they are there. They have been there, and they are still there. That's how you know it's real, when it doesn't fade. And I guarantee that there's 2 that I know of that are on the precipice. That really, I could blow on them and they'll fall off. And it's in this point, it's divine timing. But what we can do is that when we're ready, we can all, because again, you can't do this until you've been there, and so it's hard to do because you have to find people that have been there, but you can do this together. And when you do, it becomes a real experience, and it grows, it becomes exponential, it becomes magnetic. It's a special kind of dance. It's the kind of dance that when you walk upon people doing it, you want to join in, because it's just joyful, and you can tell by the looks on the people's faces that you're already welcome, and they're kind of wondering why you haven't joined the circle yet. Just like every 2 has a third, there's always 2 trinities or 3 trinities. There's always 3. And the first one we talked about already. We talked about the couple and then Vishnu. But there's another one. If there are any Hindis in the room, please give me a thumbs up if I get it right. Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva. Reception, bestowal, peace. The creation, destruction, and oneness. Right? And so somebody was having some trouble, and I was trying to explain this one truth, and I was having difficulty doing that. And it dawned on me that we have different thinking. She's Hindi, and I'm an Italian from Brooklyn that grew up kind of neither, frankly, but, influences, coming from Brooklyn. Salsa. Awesome. I like the salsa beat. Big time fan of Latin beats. They move you, and they're sexy, and they get you dancing. And there's a reason that, everyone in the room is moving. Even the people that shouldn't be dancing are dancing when a Latin beat comes on, because there's something natural about it, and there's a funk to it, But that said, I struggled, and I thought to myself, I recognize that this is an Eastern mind, and I have a Western mind, and so I cannot speak Western language to her. What am I doing? And so I decided that I was going to try my best to invoke these three beings, basically just to understand because I know the story. And so I thought, maybe this is irresponsible, maybe this is cocky, maybe this is profane. But I simply told the story and replaced the names. The Buddha is Buddhist. Yeah, Hindi is basically a monotheistic, elemental-based, deity-based system, but they do have an understanding of a similar consciousness to the Buddha consciousness, and that it is attainable through various methods and means of meditation. So there are correlations. There's definitely correlations. Yeah, definitely. And just like I had mentioned, every body of knowledge has its a correlate. If there is truth in it, we'll tell the truth. We'll point to the one truth. And so certainly we can all agree that the Buddhist doctrine is points to that truth, probably in the most pure way compared to any of the systems of the that I've covered here. So there is a definite overlap in the Eastern systems. Oh yeah, no, and Hindi is, if you've ever seen the blue deity with multiple arms, or if you've ever seen the beautiful feminine figure on lotus, or in the very rich, colorful type of deities, if you've ever seen the elephant that's missing a hand, the Ganesha. There's various. It's basically an embodying a deity type system, and that is a gross attempt. But that said, this is the response that I gave to this person who was, coming from a perspective that's different than mine, but we both can understand the same story if spoken the right way. And so this is what I said to her. Give in to the tamas. It is the only way to move out and into rajas. The stagnation, the lack of motion that you're feeling right now, it hurts, I know. But it's an opportunity to let go, and while you're letting go, give in to the consummation, be consumed, allow the consumption, and give in to the relief of that loss. What is actually being consumed by tamas is the false self. Only when we succumb to tamas do we meet the opportunity to see rajas, which is the path to sattva. We must allow the fall in order that we can rise again. And the idea here is obviously these three ideas. Give in to the destruction so that we can recreate ourselves into rajas and rebuild. And the way that we do that is we allow ourselves to be consumed. Why? Because the thing that we are is internal and immortal and is inconsumable. So when we allow ourselves to be consumed, we can do that safely knowing that we'll be fine. And in fact, we're going to come out free of the things that we don't need. And in that we find that truth. Same story. The trinity of the dancers and the trinity of the unfolding. It's really beautiful. You are not a Western religion. No. I don't know what you call it. I don't know what you call it. I don't know. I was raised Roman Catholic. Through marriage, I was introduced to Judaism. I've studied various, but and I've practiced. Right now, I'm a practicing deacon in a Christian church, but I understand Christianity from a very different perspective than they probably think. My idea of what Christ consciousness is probably different than they think. It's definitely different. That said, though, that's an interesting perspective, Yanis, and you're right. Yeah, totally. So what do you think? I mean, what a day, huh? Like very, very powerful stuff. I mean, and this all coming together, me already having on the back burner talking about this subject and this divine dance, this divine dance of love, which is really ultimately calling all of us to be together, because we already are. To remember that we're already together. And so now I want to read what Brianna sent to me one more time, now that we've had this whole hour of us looking at this from a bunch of different ways. Let's just kind of review what we're talking about here. My Chloe, I love you. Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's coming from anywhere. We're all here. We're all here in eternal time and space. We're always going to be here. We're just doing Lila Rasa. The divine dance we're dancing and dancing and dancing. Dance after. Dance in one body and another body. And we're all here. We're all staying right here. Om. 81. And then I thought 81, interesting. Okay, it's a 9, but also it's an 18, which is the moon. Cool. Radha. Radha is the moon. But so, yeah. Oh, just special. Just, what a day. And it's when you put yourself out there to and you tell the universe that you're willing to accept whatever they need, put yourself out there to be the shape that fills their hole, kind of thing. Like in this case of this individual who insisted on speaking to me, he would only talk to me. First of all, thank God I was able to answer the phone. I actually had something scheduled and I had to move the appointment, but and thankfully they were patient and understood. But if I weren't there to answer that phone, who knows what would have happened? But it needed to, so that temple could be built, and that temple is permanent. I have the picture. I've shared it with several people. It's here on the stream, and anyone who saw it can see. And now, it's not about you printing out a picture, right? It's about you recognizing that you can go ahead and build something like this, and it can be as simple as drawn on paper, because it's about you recognizing that is you speaking to yourself, and that you are the temple. Your body is the temple, but the temple is your body. The world is your body. The sun is your body. The universe is your body. And so just like when I've taken people here through the exercise, paying attention to certain parts of your body, pay attention to your ears, pay attention to your nose, pay attention to and you can feel the aliveness. Pay attention to your moon. Pay attention to the other. The other. They are you. Okay, let's catch up on the chat here. Yenis is Well, yeah, what Western religion was basically designed to try to synthesize this into a consumable product for a different audience, and it did wind up sort of adding a level, an order of magnitude of complexity to a system that was so beautiful and elegant to begin with. However, what it did do is it gave us practical access for the time that we're here, with respect to divination, magic, and the psychological tools that provide us access to the dissolution of suffering, empowerment, the ability to kind of slip into the pocket whenever you need to. It's almost like a superpower when you get your will in order. That you can have your confidence straight when it's needed, and not when it isn't. And that you're able to be vulnerable when needed, and you're able to be strong when needed, and you're able to be awake when you're exhausted. It's a matter of recognizing that the will is the only thing that's real. It's the only thing that ever existed, and that will is, what's the word? Cannot be denied. It's undeniable. Oh, wow, yeah. My body is not my temple. Sure is. Just what you think is your body isn't. The thing that you're sitting there with right now is not your body. That's what I'm getting at. Well, it is. It's just so it's such a minute part of what you are that it might as well be an electron. The form that you identify with is an electron in the sea myriad of potentiality. That is your form. So it is the temple of creation. You simply need to let go of the identity, and then you become the rest. Because again, if this is you, if this is the thing you're calling you, then everything else in the universe is not you. And what I'm saying is that no, you're both. And so guess what you're gaining? Like, really. And recognizing that all the things that are whatever you think that they are just another little cog in that. Like, consider that you're in the woods and you're standing amongst the trees and you're looking out at the trees. And then you come across a person and you see a person standing there amongst the trees. And you focus on that person and you look at them and you start to notice the color of their hair, and you start to notice what they're wearing and how the wind affects their form. It's blowing around their clothing, the leaves are bouncing off of them, and you're paying attention to that, and suddenly the trees don't even exist anymore. It's like they never existed. And from your perspective, all there is just that person. But now there are trees looking at you, and those trees, when they are the lens, see two people. And from the person that's being watched, that doesn't know that they're being watched, there's no people except them. But they don't see any people. Yeah, I'm never shaving again. Since I announced it, I haven't, and I'm not going to. This is what I've grown so far. But I haven't cut my hair. This is just product. And so the point, but what I'm getting at, Yenis, is that the temple is what you choose it to be. Is what I mean. Like, and you know what a really cool temple is a tarot card. You know, this is a great temple. The universe. What's she doing? 10 points. Brianna's not allowed to answer. Brianna, don't answer. All right, what's she doing? Let me get the card. Where, oh where? One of the nicknames for the card is the Cosmic Dancer, right? Let's get this into a good size. 220ish should be right. Roughly a decent. Let's get that circle in the middle. Okay. There's witnesses, which is the important thing too. And who are the witnesses to this act? I mean, obviously the dance is the act of creation between two deities, and everything around them is watching. But that's not what's happening. The witnesses are the stars, the planets, the rest of creation, right? Isn't that something? Turns out, by the way, I mean, not to call her out, Kitten has the vision. She has the sight. She's cool. She's got some artistic ability, and it turns out, I was very fortunate to have had a little peek at some of them, and I was a little bit knocked out by the truth. You know, it's really something. When you have the connection to it, it sort of automatically comes out. There's a few people here that have been sort of. So close. Close your eyes and fall forward. It's okay. I'll catch you. I am there at the bottom waiting, I promise. And it's going to be a soft landing. It's a hard jump, soft landing. None of us have a choice, nor are we able to choose my opinion. I know. Yeah, we can't choose our opinions. That's true, yeah. It's true. So little of the human experience is within our control. You know, and so long as we are in that stream, we just kind of get blown around like a leaf, right? We just sort of get shuffled around. But we're both. And here's the thing, really, truthfully. Everything changes when we take agency back, and because it changes our behavior. You know, when you make strengthening the will, which is only half the work, strengthening the will your goal. You act different, think different, do different things, love different things, hate different things. You're more authentic. You're more yourself. And now what winds up happening is everything changes. Your whole world changes. Your perspective changes, right? And so if you look back even when a couple years ago or whenever it was 5 years ago, then look back 10, then look back 15 and 20 and think about who you were and kind of how you evolved, personality, with your understanding of things. Oh my gosh. I know who you are. Don't just even if you have to pretend, but you know you don't have to. We've talked, we've shared. You know that I know who you are in a way that I think that you're not willing to admit because you're scared of what it means, and then I know why. But you are her, and it's okay to let her in. And what happens when you do that is that you're going to find that peace, because then it's gray. It turns gray. It turns into a primer that you get to color on your own. Don't be afraid. I am hugging you. You know, but here's the deal, though. You have to know that. Like, really just kind of just pretend it for now. It's okay. Pretend it for now. But pretend for a moment that the distance is a lie. And that all we are is the thing that's before the sight. And you're the thing that's before the sight on the other end. And all the space in between isn't real. And so just do me a favor, Yanis. I know this is going to sound so stupid and cheesy and corny, but please just do this. I know you're a toughie. It's okay. You can be vulnerable for a second with me, and no one has to know. No one's watching. I have no views. My top viewed video has like 80 people. Alright, so here's the deal. Just close your eyes for a moment. And try to just pretend that there's actually no distance between us. And realize the fact that it's an illusion that there's a distance. Forget about your body for a moment and just hear my voice and recognize that our consciousnesses are actually occupying the same space right now. Like, there actually is no distance. That's what I mean by no distance. It's not like we're right in front of each other. No, that's a misunderstanding. We're in the same place. There is no difference, let alone distance, between us. And so, you ready? Open your eyes. Now look at the screen. Okay? That felt really good. Wow, that was a hard one. That was like a hard one. That felt great. I like people who squeeze. Thank you for squeezing. Oh boy. So they didn't have my coffee, and so I wound up getting Dunkin' Midnight, and it's actually pretty good. And you know, get this: the bag has 16 ounces in it. When's the last time you bought a pound of anything? Remember when sugar was 5 pounds? What are we at now? 2.5, 3? I love you, Yanis. And when I say it, I know that you know that I mean it. I am you. And so I know what you're feeling. And it's fucking scary. And it's like, I mean, there's no words. It's so dumb to even try to talk about it. It's okay, though, when you're able. I know it's not always easy. I mean, it's easier said than done, but it's okay to give yourself a break every once in a while and to just sort of, at least for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as long as you can, suspend yourself. Just let yourself get lost in whatever you're experiencing and become the thing you're looking at for a little bit. Put on the music and become the song. Pretend you're playing the instruments. Pretend that you're a butterfly getting blown around by the wind of the instrument. Like, you know, whatever's interesting to get out of here. There's nothing in there that's good for you. There's nothing in there that's real. All your brain is a sophisticated calculator. Turn it on when you need to, hit the buttons when you need to, get the answer, and then put it away. What do you need the calculator for? To measure the distance between the two walls so that you can center the picture. Okay, good. So put the calculator away, hang the picture up, and sit down and look at it. take the world in with your heart. Forget about thoughts. Thoughts give definition to things, which limits them immediately. What is that? As soon as you tell somebody what it is, you tell them what it isn't. The heart doesn't define things. The heart experiences things. Define it later. Feel now. Feel it now. Think about it after. That's why a divine mind is installed in our hearts. Your higher self, which knows what you want, does the thinking for us if we let it. I feel you, and but you know what? It's an opportunity. Not in the new agey kind of foofy way or the psych way. I mean, it really is. It like genuinely is, because it's a what you're experiencing right now is the opposite of an empty cup. It's bursting, and it's there's a lot of shit in there that doesn't need to be, and there's some that needs to stick around. So you're a different case. But what's on the other side of that is some serious knowing, and absolute transformation. So that gets out of the mirror into your heart and then is under your control. That's what we're trying to do. You're Harry Potter is staring into that mirror, and you're addicted. You don't even know it, because it's, you're looking away, but you're not. You're being fooled into thinking you're looking away. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. And by feeling it, it becomes real. Seeing is an act of creation. Feeling is an act of seeing. Feeling is an act of creation. That's New Age hokey. Okay, fine. Observation collapses the wave function. Probability becomes 1. We now know the position. It's the bottom line. The thing you put your attention to is the thing you are. We don't create. It's all already here. What we do instead is embody. We remember. The thing we look at, we don't create. The thing we look at, we become. Because we already are that thing, okay? So when you're looking at your thoughts and they're bad, you become your bad thoughts. And you need to turn your attention away from that and turn your attention toward the self. Because when I look at you, I see somebody standing on the precipice that is so bright and beautiful. And just, wants to be heard. Speaking with the wrong voice, thinking with the wrong mind, feeling with the wrong heart, and is screaming into a husk that's holding the sound in. And nobody can hear you. They want to. That's the hard part. They want to. Anyone whose ears caught what you have to say would immediately recognize the truth in it, and they're not catching it because you're in this place. But guess what? The husk actually isn't real. The husk is the thought. It's the mind. And so just, turn your attention away from your mind and turn it towards your heart and feel the love that's already there, already asking you to just please take it in, have me. I'll do anything you need. I will give you anything you need. And it will never leave you. I will never judge you. I have always been here for you, and I will always be here for you. And all I ask you to do is remember me. can you do that? Can you remember me? I was there when you were born. So, I'm going to take a quick break, heat up my coffee, and let's take a look, actually, what I think is a good place to go from here, because that's heavy. We talked about the temple, sort of, but basically the gist of the temple is that you can build a temple with anything, or you don't even need that. You can use anything as a temple. As an example, the card of the universe here, and the Thoth system is a beautiful example of a piece of art that could be used as a temple. Or you can build one with a specific goal. Like what I built was a temple of stillness. And the goal of that place is to be in that place with the intent of being still. Right? And that's the goal. So we can talk about the adepts working in twos. I think that's a biggie. I think that's a subject that is relevant for this evening. And the idea of initiation, right? And so I'm just going to take a minute, heat up my coffee, and I'll be right back. And we'll switch up the energy a little bit and take it where it goes. Let's see where it goes. Be right back. Alrighty. So I just wanted to warn everybody. Chloe caught a noise outside, and I'm not sure what it is. She can clearly hear things we can't, and so she may be singing to us this evening. And she sure does have a beautiful singing voice. Hopefully you'll be graced with it. Good stuff. So, yeah, that was powerful. I'm glad I got it out in a short period of time, because I thought I was going to get super long-winded, and you know, I have a way of doing that, especially when there's some emotion involved. You know, there's a couple of subjects here I wanted to talk about. And again, like I mentioned, there was this beautiful synchronicity, that there was this like harmony of subjects where someone that I consider to be a mentor of mine, that is directly responsible in a very profound and a very direct way for my awakening. You know, pointing to some things that, providing some puzzle pieces that really put the bow when I was at 80% and brought me to that 100, and it was a big deal. His name's Milo DuQuette. He's an amazing individual. And we're all fortunate that we were graced with this gift of his ability to communicate this truth, and with humor and grace, and this compulsion to share it. I mean, really, something tells me he's going to be streaming and talking and doing seminars and writing books until the moment he's unable to any longer. And what a gift! And he mentioned several of the subjects that I was going to talk about tonight, the way the synchronicity and the way that all came together was beautiful. And one of the subjects that he spoke about that I was going to talk about a couple of days ago, and that went toward Emma. And then yesterday, a lot of readings sort of popped up, and it was cool to kind of focus on doing some readings and things. So I never spoke about initiation. So I kind of wrote it down today. It's like, you know what, let's just talk about that, because it's an important subject to define what it really means, and more importantly, the power of it. And what does he talk about today but initiation? And what he spoke about, which I'm going to touch on. It wasn't what I was going to speak about, but it's a subject that I think is interesting. He talked about the fact that all initiation is self-initiation, even group workings like the Golden Dawn or these magical societies, or initiations into other bodies like churches and so forth. Even though it's a group-related ritual reenactment, a ceremonial ritual act with multiple players, you're still alone. It's still just you having this profound experience. And if you take it the right way, it's literally transformative. Not always immediately, but it does change you. And that's the goal. That's the point. You know, anyone who's been through some type of experience like an initiation knows that it can be jarring. Most of the time, you don't even know what to expect, right? Because there's a level of secrecy, so to speak, and you may have looked into it or read things, but even if you know every ingredient, you have no idea what you're going to go through. And, I can attest to that personally. And that said, though, it's always a profound, life-changing experience. Even if you're just there and going through the motions, what you don't realize is that it has a subconscious psychological effect that's very positive. But if you are there, if you show up and you take it in, it's nothing short of this ecstasy that I've talked about, this true understanding and connection with that truth. Again, you want to share it with everyone. And that's, I think, one of the things that is kind of pointing you in the direction that you might be on the right track. And so you may want to kind of make it official. Right? So what is an initiation? Let's talk about what it even is to begin with. What an initiation is a word that is basically, from my definition, an act or an action that is taken to solidify one's will, right? To stamp it on the world. And now, that's an important term, because I mentioned that when speaking about Akashic Record a couple days ago. That stamp's permanent. Right? If I knock on this desk, the knock's gone from our perspective, but it still exists in time-space, in the coordinate of space that it took place, wherever the Earth was at the moment as it's careening through this universe, with respect to the one spot, call it the emergence of the Big Bang, whatever, but a still spot, there is a coordinate in space that is the spot that knock took place, right? And of course, there's also a time coordinate. And we can use that coordinate to reference the actual time and place that event took place. We can measure the frequency and we can duplicate it and all these things. And those with the ears to hear can even access the actual sound. And so the fact is that it does live on. And that intention is permanent. And so when you experience an initiation properly, meaning that where you are, forget about the initiation itself. It's symbolic, and therefore it's very intimate and personal how you interpret that symbolism. Very often the symbolism that's meant, you don't even have access to, because you don't know, you haven't been taught the language. So you're taking it in on your own anyway. Even if you know the language, you're taking it in on your own anyway. And so it gives you the opportunity to craft the experience, to recognize the opportunity to feel something greater, because it is. And what is actually happening, if you remember the dance, is the idea that you are literally reenacting a holy moment, an event, which is you walking through a door and emerging on the other side a different entity, a different being, a different creation, a new will. And regardless of what happens from that point forward for the rest of your life, that moment is stamped in reality and will remain for eternity. It is an infinite shape in time-space. That is the intention of your will being extended to the world to create that new will, and for that new will to be heard. And it is heard. And it echoes forever. And one of the ways that we do that is that we set that intention with a name. And that name is something that we choose on our own to tell the world our intention, to speak it. Because remember, when we speak it, we're vibrating atoms and we're bouncing things off of other things, and there's noises and sounds and breath and things happen. When we draw it, it's real in the world and can be witnessed by others. And so it becomes real. Not only to ourselves in the higher world, where the archetype that we draw from to make the sounds exists, but real in the world where sounds happen. And so we choose a name, and what that name is our intention spoken in some fashion. One popular way to do that is to come up with a really kind of over-the-top, hyperbolic statement about, I am the greatest and highest and most mighty of the best of that ever happened. And then take the first letter of each word and make a new word, do the Gematria, draw a sigil, go through the fun, play with the toys. And you wind up with this thing. And what this thing is a statement put into a symbol that can be memorized, that can be spoken and memorized and visualized. So you can think of the sigil, so hold it in your mind as a solid object while speaking the word at the same time and giving it this intention out into the world, speaking your name. I am, fill in the blank. Hear me. And that intention is really important. And so, I have identified a couple of people here that have shown an interest in exploring this subject to a higher degree in their lives, that they feel they maybe have found a certain level of understanding and maybe need a little guidance, or can help contribute to the conversation themselves. They have something to contribute and can grow while helping others to grow, and have been invited into this community due to that fact, and have decided to join what I call the inner order. Are we constituted body? No. We're just a bunch of really smart people that are seeking the truth together. And some of us might be a little closer to the door than others, and some might be further away than others, but we all are looking for the one thing, and we all see it. And some of us know it, and we all have it. And now, the inner order is, I've mentioned, just to be clear, invite only, because it requires the ears to hear, and it requires a level of maturity and understanding. It requires a level of intelligence, and it requires a level of commitment to yourself. There's no dues to pay. There's no meetings to come to that you have to have a quota on, or there's no chance. There's no, what we're doing here is examining these various systems individually, as a group, trying to locate each individual's language. What do you excel at? What is natural to you? And then finding the method for you to explore that the best. Because don't forget, every different system that is the truth points to the one story. So you get to go off and study your I Ching while I study my tarot, and you go off and you study your Zen. And then we get together and we talk about how they're all the same. We're going to solidify that down into a message. That message is going to then be put into a solid, official doctrine, a way to speak it that we'll then talk about on the stream. And then that will be to the benefit of all those who can take this distilled knowledge, present it in a way that's now refined by several minds, and put out there on the channel here for everybody to benefit from. And that's the goal. And so there's another individual that it took me a little bit, but is going to be joining the Inner Order, and I found her name. It took me a minute, but I did, and I found your deck too. And so, Brianna, I decided that I was going to start this channel up again when I felt like I was ready. And my intention when putting the channel together was set very clear, and I wasn't doing it when I first started. I started doing readings right away, and I wanted to kind of build a following on the channel, because I understood that I wasn't going to get any views if I didn't otherwise, and I wasn't sure how to go about that. And something in my heart told me I wasn't doing it right, and I changed my strategy a little bit. And suddenly, a couple of people popped into this circumstance, and you were one of those people. And since that time, I've gotten very close to a few people here, and I have to say that I had you pegged wrong. Well, that's not necessarily true. Let me rephrase that. I had no idea. I'm so grateful for you, and for your contribution to this, and your contribution to moving forward. It is an honor to consider that I have anything to say to you to add to what you already know, because you know that that's not possible, and I know that you know that. So, but that said, it is an honor to welcome you into the Inner Order, and therefore, now I can't speak this. It has to be spoken by my holy guardian angel to make it official. So, let's just see if he's here. Ardo, are you ready for the ritual, man? Are you? Hear me, Brianna. Hitherto you shall be known as Vyakasati Karana. Very cool. Okay. He did leave a little note here for me that your nickname is Satikara. I think I'm just going to call you Sati. Sati. If you want to know what it means, I'll tell you in private. So mote it be. Welcome. Now, that name is only to be used in the Inner Order, right? And the idea of the name, let me be clear, is that the intention is set. It's already been done. I spoke it. It's real. The name has been spoken. But it also is designed to put you in a mindset, understanding that when you embody that name, you embody everything that comes with it, and that you leave Brianna at the door. And when you cross that threshold and you take on and embody that name, you're in a different form. And that's what you bring to the work. That's what you bring to the conversation. That's what you bring to your connections. And then when you assume Brianna again, you get to leave that alone. And so the intention is set, and then Brianna comes back and you forget the intention. You can't process the intention mentally, or the magic is affected, and you don't want that. You can't take it in mentally. You have to leave it alone. Set the intent, plant the seed, water it, and walk away. The sun will do the rest. So we use that name for that purpose, right? It's to set the intention, and it's also to keep us in the correct mindset when we do the work, understanding that this work is greater than our personalities, which are completely false. It's a prison. A prison for your mind. Can we just take a moment to recognize the absolute beautiful, blissful truth that is Lana Wachowski? Can we take a moment to recognize the beautiful truth in Lana Wachowski? I mean, anybody who's experienced the Matrix movies, go back. Watch them again. Forget about the new one, and whatever you think about the new one, I think that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life with respect to that, to how she put her finger so far up the ass of the movie industry, and they smiled. It was like, it was the most genius move I've ever seen in my life. And people were like, I don't get the movie. It's not what I expected. That's because you just don't get it, man. It was a commentary on, like, how dare you try to ruin my creation. It was so great. I almost think of it like Serenity. I know there's some brown coats in this room. Serenity was Joss going, you know what? You really? I will tell you what, I'm killing everyone. You know? Just so it's, yeah. But something special. Really, really something special. But that said, you know, when we consider what we're all here to do, which is to just be with each other and to recognize ourselves in each other, and when the truth happens is when something very special happens, is that now we get to go back but with new eyes. That's the whole point here. You know what happens when you reach enlightenment? Absolutely nothing. Only everything changes forever. There's a piece that I wrote a while back, and I read it here once before, and I'm going to read it again now because there's several people who I think have popped or gotten close, and I've identified that there's people that have been there and are still there. And so I want to read it again, and I want people here to process it now with this new imaginary thing that we're going to pretend that we're both the observer and the thing being observed. Okay? And the space that it happens in. We're the singer, we're the song, and we're the thing being sung. Right? We're the hearer and the listener. We're the singer. We're the whole thing. We're everything. We're all of it. We never left. I am you. So anyway, long story short, all those things. I just want to read this again, and this is my my exercise in P, right? It was one of my magical processes and I took the letter P and was going to try to write a piece with only the letter P. This was about 7 years ago or so. About 7 years. This is a different book. This one's a little different. This one I don't write in very often. Please pardon the preposterous penchant for profundity in my prose, for it is part and parcel to my purpose, which is to present the present of the present to the person presiding in the persistent place called personality. Prepare, protest, act parsimoniously to the pest of the passive procrastination. Press on and pay profusely for the probability to participate in the precise perfection of plain, pure precept, of peaceful placidity. Be patient and know paradise. It's really something to go back and read something that's older and then see it through different eyes, right? That's really... That's the what now. I talked about that what now. Like, what do you do when you bump into... Yes, you do. Yeah, we're gonna figure that out together when you choose yours. Thank you, Luana. Kitten gets it too. There's some amazing people in here. Luana, I'm working on your name. It'll come. I don't know what it is yet. Kitten too. I have to think a little bit about that, because my opinion of Kitten changed too once we started talking. Of course, that's inevitable. We don't. I mean, especially from my perspective, you guys at least have some insight into who I am. You know at least what I look like, what I sound like. You have an idea of my sort of persistent thought, my worldview, which I share openly. I have no idea who you people are. And the names are interesting too. Even people that I've done readings for, where I got very deep and intimate into details. Very often I don't know who, I don't make the connection between the names here and the names in real life immediately. And so it's like, but as I've gotten to know people, it's really very special, some of the connections that I've made. And I'm surprised that it's happened that quickly. But I shouldn't be, right? Because when you step on the path and you begin to walk it, you gravity happens, right? It's you literally begin to attract the truth. It's obvious when you let yourself see it. You start to see things everywhere. The coincidences become just a normal everyday occurrence, where it's not even interesting anymore, because it's so obvious. And then it becomes everything, and that's when you know you're there. When it's all you see. When the people who are close to you go, man, are you still talking about that? Is there anything else? Nope. Nope. So, the idea there is every way that we can try to tell this story and to try to get that word across, the better. And there's so many different ways to do it with the story of the tarot, or with the story of this divine marriage, which is told in so many different ways. This alchemical process of this union of the inhale and the exhale, the positive and the negative. Here's the same dance. We just saw the dance. Here it is again. Same dance. How is that different? Spoiler, it's not different. Look in the middle on the top left there. 3 coins. 3 lines make every trigram. 2 trigrams together make everything. It's just beautiful. It's everywhere. And of course, the most beautiful version, love. Love. It's what we're talking about. It's literally the thing that the universe is made of. It's not the thing that caused it to manifest. It is what it is made of. The universe is love. It didn't come from love. It's not a product of love. It's what it is. It was it was you recognizing yourself and feeling it. Knowing it and feeling it at the same time. At first there was a feeling. There was a sensation of something. And once the sensation occurred and was witnessed, then the knowing happened. So, you know, it's the idea here is that the universe was breathed into existence, but the secret is that it started with an inhale. It started with an inhale. So, yeah, I need to work on Luana big time, and I need to work on Kitten. And Luana's a little tough. Luana, I have this serious vibe of like there's something there that I don't want to define until we have a chance to maybe get a little closer to the name. I know you had said, well, I'll just use Luana, and it's not a bad name. I mean, the numerology is pretty good on it, and some other stuff, but it defeats the purpose of that sort of like the separateness, or more importantly, not separateness, but the defining the will and that being the embodiment during the conversation type of thing. It's really, it's pageantry for sure, but it has an effect. You know, it's kind of like I used to say to people, you know, God only asks you for an hour a week. The least you can do is, you know, take it seriously for that hour. That's it. Just for that 1 hour a week, be holy. Own it, embody it, feel it. If you pray and you don't cry, you're not praying. You're talking to God. You telling me you're not like completely blown away and ecstatic? Then you're not talking to God, right? And what I'm saying is that we're all a little piece of that. And so when you look out and you see me and you see yourself in me, it's hard not to cry. It's hard not to be completely overwhelmed with the love for that person and recognizing that and there's the thing that is so special if they're in the same place, because you know they're looking at you and seeing themselves. And you're looking at them and seeing yourself, and then ultimately you both realize it at the same time, and your eyes meet and realize, no, we're not. Neither of us are looking at either of us. We're both seeing the one thing. We both are one thing. It's really something powerful if you can have it, and it's so rare. And you know, part of what I'm trying to do is to change that. Is to make it so it's not so rare. And to provide a place that people can go to explore this idea. And to hopefully be brought to it. And to meet people who have gone there. So that maybe we can start like a real community. A community of people who are all there. So we get to just speak openly. And just to be clear with everybody here, or that he sees this video after the fact, or whatever, hears about it and gets pointed to it, or is told to go watch it, or whatever the case. You don't need training in esotericism. You don't need training in comparative religion. You don't need training in high math. You don't need training in LBRP, BRH. None of that. You need to be open to looking at the world in a different way, that's all. I've met and taken people to this place multiple times in my life. I've met several people, and I've helped people come to it several times. And none of them, zero, were involved in this in the way that I am. Probably helps. It probably helps. Unless you've done the work and gone through the steps and done, that's, my case was a little different because I was introduced to the stuff young. And so by the time I actually came to something that pointed to the truth in a direct way, I had all this knowledge kind of built up, waiting to be accessed. And so I saw the truth pretty easily. when it was presented to me. It was like, oh, duh. And it just made sense, right? Which is what I'm trying to do here. Offer you a sip, give you a fire hose. And then all of a sudden, the piece comes to you and bang, right? And so that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I'm trying to do with the people that I identify that have come to this place, is to maybe, I don't know, we can get together and distill this into a more consumable way. That's why I built the deck. Because that deck, which I originally started doing as little pieces of paper and so forth 20 years ago, is designed to tell that story, and it's very effective. But it's not ideal for a live stream, as an example. It's a very personal, kind of intimate process of several readings and going through this process experientially, card at a time, and getting a sense of who you are and the trials you've been to, the trials you're going to go through. Because don't forget, the reason that the tarot works is that it points to the one truth, and that story is the story of your creation. But the thing to remember is that that includes the end. The end of the story has already been written because you already lived it, and so you can look at the tarot and see the story because you know it already. And it's that same idea. It's we don't look into the future. It's an act of remembering. I love this book. This book has given me a lot of peace. Getting all kinds of good stuff out. And that was one of them. That was cool. You can't lose what you never had to begin with. I love that, yeah. So, let me see, I'm going to find a place to put this. Pardon me. The dance just got a little crazy. It's better. What are the odds I line this up again? Who's got a ruler? As long as all the Sephirot are visible, I'm happy. I just don't want them being blocked. Don't you cover my Binah. Okay, so, let's see here. Great. Oh, there's my Chloe. I think I heard a dog outside. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I bet you that puppy heard another puppy. So it's just this one big sort of like, Lord of the Rings, where you light the torch. And since light travels really fast, you can see the torch over miles. And so they light the torch and they light the torch. And you can that torch can travel, close to the speed of light, plus whatever the speed is of a person lifting their arm to lift. It's the same thing of like dogs barking. I wonder where that bark came from. It was probably somewhere in Canada. Because Chloe passed it out west. And so I guess it's going into Connecticut. From where I am, I'm immediately west of the Connecticut border. Connecticut and Massachusetts. I'm like in between the T of this Connecticut and Massachusetts. I'm right here in New York. Right across the river. Pop in. We'll do a drum circle. So, initiation, yeah, and here's the point about initiation, and this goes for anybody who's already been through the process of being named here, is that step is permanent, and that's the cool part. Meaning that, okay, you've entered this holy contract with yourself that, oh yeah, I've got this information and I'm approaching it from a real place, and I feel like it can change my life, and so I'm going to take it seriously. And then you slip, like we all do, and you forget, and that's okay. Because the initiation doesn't mean that now I'm supposed to be this thing forever. What it means is that I've planted a seed that I'm going to walk away from and let it grow without an intention. I already set the intention. So now it's time to let that go. I don't need any more intention. Now it's time to just be. Be the thing that I want to become. Because you're already it. There's nothing to become. And when you slip, recognize it's okay. Don't forget that initiation is permanent, forever, locked in time and space. It will never be forgotten by you or the world. And so that said, go back to it. There's a sensation, that feeling you got, right? Remember that feeling. And how you remember feelings is you don't remember them with your brain. Because you use your brain to remember the moment. Where were you sitting? What song was on? You know, what were you wearing? What was the smell in the room? Was it your perfume? Was it the laundry detergent? Was it your dog? Your cat? What you ate for dinner? Like, just remember the smell. Remember those moments. So you use your brain for that. But then, close your eyes. Don't imagine it from the third person like you're remembering the moment, but go there. Feel the room. And now remember the feeling. And fill it up. Like, let yourself have that. The love's right back. And what is that love? That love is the recognition that everything you take in from that moment on is you speaking to you. And what's it speaking? The one truth. I love you. And I know that you love me. And I can have the safety in that knowing that it can't go away. It's not like somebody I have to worry is going to cheat on me, or somebody that's going to lie to me, or somebody that has an agenda. The peace, the absolute peace. And another word for initiation is invitation. You're inviting the truth into your life, and you're willfully doing it, meaning that you are, instead of just saying, hey, I want this thing, or whatever the case, you are in a state of listening. It puts you in a place of willfully looking for it now. I walk out into the world with a new name in my mind. And I can invoke that anytime I want. I can become that anytime I want. I can embody that character when I need to be that person. I've done it here on the channel. My personality changes and a lot of things change. Might not be the one you think, but it's true. And it's still me. It's always Michael. It's not some kind of like multiple personality. I'm lucidly aware that I'm me, but I do change in my attitude, my affect, the types of words I use, the types of foods I eat. A lot of it changes. Things I wouldn't eat in my normal life, I would, and I look forward to. And it's because I allowed that to happen, frankly. In order that I can fully enter that person in that space. Take it seriously. Why not? Cry when you pray. And what is prayer? It's flipping the lens and becoming a speaker instead of a listener. That's literally it. That's what praying is. Because if you're speaking an intention like, God, please take this headache away, that's not prayer, right? That's asking for a favor. Hey man, I'm moving. Will you help me carry this couch? It's a little different when you're actually praying with the recognition of the fact that that's you hearing you. That there's only one prayer that is real. I love you. Let's dance. So you've been initiated. I did a self-initiation. There's a book that I had a couple of books that I originally got when I was a little bit older, and it was time for me to kind of like start doing some real stuff. I got a copy of the Equinox. I forget which volume. I've lost it. Like I said, I had an unfortunate circumstance where everything I owned that was related to occult, esotericism, New Age, crystallines, everything was maliciously destroyed, which included that book, and I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was what number equinox, but in it was a self-initiation. And I bumped into a similar one from Donald Michael Craig years later that was very similarly written, and it was just the basic idea of, here's my intention and so forth. And I plan on using something similar in the future. I'm going to go over it with the inner order and the people I trust to kind of decide, how do we want to go about this? Should we just give guidance? I think that's the way to do it. Just give people guidance. Teach them how to come up with their own initiation instead of providing one, because that's not what I'm trying to do here. We're not trying to build a magical society. There's plenty of good ones, and I would recommend a couple if people are interested and want to take this work to a group level. I'm more of a one-on-one person when it comes to the work of finding the self, and then group conversation and discourse, but the practice is you're on your own. However, that leads me to this next segment here, which is all adepts work in twos. Now, that's a general statement, and that's clearly false. All adepts work alone. Always. Even in the middle of a ceremonial ritual, right? But that said, though, John Dee and Edward Kelly, Aleister Crowley and Lady Frida Harris, or Frida Harris. She loved being called Lady, but when Frida Harris. Arthur Waite and Pixie. Me and you. There's a lot of benefit that comes from that. And very typically, there's one skill on one side and one skill on another. In the case of Edward Kelly and John Dee was a powerful magician, and a masterful mind, an adept. I mean, the guy invented Enochian. And Edward Kelly was an expert scryer. Scrying is essentially it's the act of seeing without the eyes. And there's various methods of scrying. There's visual scrying, there's auditory, there's various methods. A tarot reading is a form of scrying. And basically they scried an angelic language together. That is the most advanced magical elemental system that's ever been derived. It's another one I don't speak about too much on the channel here because it's very complex and it's not something that's really appropriate for a live stream. However, it is something I'm going to be talking about with people who are interested in looking into the Enochian system. But you need to want it, let's just put it that way. It's not something you approach casually. And it couldn't have happened without Dee and Kelly working together. And to even attempt to speak to the impact of the Crowley Thoth Tarot deck on the world is a fool's errand. The perfection that is this tool that was derived through Crowley and Harris working together. It's everything. It's the greatest tarot deck ever made. It's the most perfect visual representation of the truth ever devised. And look what she did. Look what she did. I mean, and why? Because of the energy that came between the two of them joining for this work. And to be clear, they had no romantic connection. She was a married woman, and Crowley was kind of done with that. Arthur Waite and Pixie, come on. The Rider-Waite-Smith deck. Pamela Coleman Smith. Whew. I did a segment on her. Go back to the stream and you'll see a picture of her in the thumbnail. That's a good one. But the point is that adepts work in pairs. Why? Because, I don't care how experienced you think you are, you're going to get a gem. A child will give you gems if you listen to it. And you can't get that if you're in your little echo chamber of yourself, not having any conversation. And it also helps to bounce ideas. I started reading something about Enochian, and it looks like a lot. It is, but it's not. But it is, but it's not. Yeah, but it is. It's a very sophisticated elemental system that talks about the deriving angelic names through tables that are derived through a very specific mathematical process. All this stuff. It's precise, and it's meant to holographically represent specific entities, very similar to the fashion of Solomonic, but from a very mathematical perspective. It's kind of like Solomon in the language of math, and the math symbols are the elements. That's a very gross description, but it's relatively somewhat not accurate, and it's spoken and some other things. It's an angelic language that provides access. It's actually a cipher. He was first and foremost a spy. John Dee was a spy. He was 007. He was the first 007. And John Dee was a master linguist. Dare I say, cunning linguist. But he was a master, and he developed a lot of ciphers. And one of the ciphers that he developed was Enochian. And in the midst of developing that cipher, he came across the fact that it's actually the most profound and complex magical system that is available. The most simple and refined being the I Ching. Just simply understanding and having a knowledge of the flow of the changes is enough for you to manipulate them if you have the correct will. But Enochian gives you granular control of those elements and knowledge of them and their interplay and their change. Powerful stuff. But, consider entropy. As it increases, complexity increases, so the intelligence increases. But what that means is that Enochian is really good for very specific granular things, whereas for the big thing, which is the only thing that matters, Enochian can tend to maybe keep you here until you've entered the sanctum and left. And so once you have gotten to that place and you know the one truth, Enochian is unlocked to you in a way that it becomes a real system that creates real change in the world, and you become a powerful mage with that power. Until you've done that, it's useless. But it's a great study tool. Like, you do it, study it, do it, go through the motions. Because when you do come to the truth, you get to revisit Enochian and go, oh my God, this is real stuff. This is real. This stuff works. I was just using the wrong batteries. I just was, I didn't know how to turn the thing on. Now I do. It's really special. It's good stuff. But either way, what happens when you go through the process of initiation is that invitation is accepted by you, which is the totality of experience, and it's going to start to send things your way. And it's going to start to give you the proof that you ask for. The universe, you, is eager to communicate. It's been screaming your entire life, and you're finally going to start to listen. It's going to take advantage of that opportunity, and so it's going to say, okay, we need to hold on to her. How do we do this? Okay, well, send her some signs. And that's what happens. And as you accept them, they become more dense and more frequent and more obvious, and you become more fluent in your own language, which then allows you to speak your truth. And when you speak your truth, you then start to speak a new invite. And that new invite is for the other. And when you set an intention to receive help, you will get it. And it comes to you. But now the help that you need can only come from a proper intention. So it's important that you do the work before that. And, go through the motions and play with the toys. But the true magic comes from once the work is done and you are looking at it from the right perspective. Because when you do that, the power is it's a constant flow. It's infinite, and it cannot fail. That's like being afraid that I'm going to drop this stone and it not fall. When you have entered and you know the truth, there is no doubt, there is no question. You just do it knowing. Right, Chloe? I don't think the floor is going to be there to meet my foot when I get up to warm up my coffee. I know it's going to be there to meet my foot. It doesn't even enter my mind. Do you think it ever enters my mind and I'm going to fail? Of course not. It may take me longer to get to where I want to go. It may happen in a way that's different than I originally planned, but it is going to happen. And I empirically know that. It works. And I want to share it with you. I want to share this with you. And I need you to share it with me because I have things, I have questions, and you can answer them. And everybody out there that right now is in this place where they feel like, man, I've been studying this and I'm getting stuff. But I feel like I hit a spot. That means that you're ready. You're ready to start sharing your world. And so I'm going to recommend one of two things. The first thing is look locally for an organization that is aligned with the things that you believe or that what you're seeking. And if you're not sure what that is, call me at this number or send me an email, mcaris@gmail, or you can send me a text message at that, or I'm on WhatsApp. And we'll discuss what it is that you're looking for, and then I can make recommendations as to organizations, whether they're correspondence or in person, for you to begin to bring people into this journey with you. We're building a pretty cool community here of people that are an amazing group of diverse people, artists and musicians and crafters, teachers, students. It's a pretty broad myriad. People that are 100% focused on justice, on alleviating other people's pain by taking the pain that they experienced and doing whatever they can to make sure that others don't. It's a great group. Welcome. And if you invite yourself through your actions, through your intent, through your will to know this information and to contribute to the conversation intelligently, the door will be opened unto you. You're invited. But that's only the first step to the inner order. The second step is for you to take action, for you to walk in, for you to take it seriously. And if that's the case, email me and let me know, and we'll go through the process. And then what I'm doing is I'm shedding myself of all my tarot decks, and the way that I'm doing that is I'm giving them away to everybody who enters the inner order. I pick the deck, but it's going to be not only a welcome gift, and it's not a welcome gift from me to you for joining the order. It's a welcome gift from you to you for starting the first day of the rest of your life. It's a graduation present. It's a birthday present. From you to you. And it's a symbol of the truth, because every deck that I'm selecting, I'm taking through a rigorous test. Does it tell the one truth or not? Because if it's a pretty piece of art, I'm not giving it away. If it tells the truth, I am. And so as part of the inner order, what I'm doing is I'm naming you. And that's until you come up with your own. And that's really, again, to make you understand the value of that process. If you're within the continental United States, I'm going to be sending one of the tarot decks to you. And so that we can begin the work together. And when we do sit down and do things, you can take your deck out and we can do work together and go through the process, right? It's time. If you're hearing these words and they ring to you, then you'll know that it's time, and it's okay to begin exploring this information more directly. Society finally is giving us permission, right? And so now you don't have anything to be afraid of anymore. And no matter how hard you think the work is, the reward is 10 times greater. Because it's nothing short of giving you the entire universe at your fingertips. It's nothing short of handing you the moon and allowing you to become it. That's the truth told openly. Powerful. What a day. So I am in a state of seeking the other. Is it you? Wanting it isn't enough. I've wanted it for a long time and it hasn't happened yet. But then I decided to set the intention. I changed my thinking. And suddenly the universe provided me with this family of people, this crowd of seekers. And I fit right in there with them. Just the wheel's complete, right? And who's in the middle? What's the spoke in the middle? There isn't one. We just kind of flip back and forth, and that's the goal, is to just keep flipping back and forth and let the one be in the middle and everyone in a state of listening, and then swap to another person in the middle and the person that was in the middle out to the out, and then the wheel rotates. And we all gain from everything. We all gain from the experience. We go off and play with our toys on our own. We come back and we share what we learned. We share our techniques. We share our mistakes. Don't do this. Took me half a day to fix it. Do that, it works. Try this, it was great. That can't happen alone. And the real work, the true work of being able to know it experientially with another cannot be overstated. The power of that experience, the truth, the absolute truth, cannot be overstated, and that cannot occur alone. And now, one of the advantages of group conversations like that are kind of vetted is that you know that that everyone there is serious about the information and the conversation, and so it's a great place to have that connection happen, to where you can have a conversation with somebody where they know. And so you can just speak to the goal, like, hey, let's have this moment. Will you look in my eyes for 10 minutes? And you can do that. And you can know each other that way. You can't really do that with a stranger, right? Could you imagine if I walked up to you at a subway and, excuse me, can I look into your eyes for 10 minutes? Why are you pulling out a knife? So, really. We need a place to have permission to do that. We need a place to have permission to chant weird words. We need a place to have permission to do the things that we used to be shamed about even talking about, and have the comfort to give into completely. We need this comfort level, and where that comes from is recognizing that we're not alone in that. And so we can get together and have a conversation, and then we can go off and do our work, and then come back and talk about the results of that. And how lucky that there's a group here already of people that are so close to crossing that point. And it's such a big deal. What an opportunity, because it's exponential. Every time one person connects with another, and then they can wake up one more, it's like binary, right? And I've showed the binary calculator here, where we start with one person and then 2 people. Watch that decimal number. 3 people, 4 people, and just keep going, and it just grows so quickly, right? It's not a one-for-one exchange. It's really something special, and it just keeps going and going and going. What an amazing thing. The entire day was just so special. You sing it, Chloe. Where's that picture of her? My baby. She's something. I can't. Like, really, how did I deserve this woman in my life? Look at her. Look at that yod on her back. Like, are you kidding? You know, I almost it almost also looks like a kind of a person dancing. I don't know. Let's have some fun here. I mean, don't forget we're playing with toys, right? So we're not looking for some kind of crazy whatever. Just see what you see. I see almost like a fire elemental looking into the light. Yeah, I almost feel like a smirking fire elemental. What do you think, Jess? Something else, isn't it? I don't know. Just she's what a dog. I think do I have her picture up here? My dog's prettier than yours. All right, maybe not, but they're equal. How about that? My dog's equal to yours. Yeah, but mine looks like the one from the Fool card. So cheese. A light phoenix. I love those two words together. I just want to speak those words again. Light phoenix. I love that. Oh my gosh. Yep. Wow. I'm never going to unsee that. Neat, yeah. I mean, the first thing I saw was a yud, obviously, because that's where my mind goes, right? You know, I typically try to find, you know, shapes and alphabets and things, and it's just kind of, you know. But, yeah. Wow. So, that said, you know, there's, we kind of covered a bunch of stuff so far, right? We covered working in twos, right? So we did the Adepts work in twos, the Temple of Calm. Let's just take another look at that. Every time I look at it, there's a, and maybe it's just me because I built it and used it, but it does kind of bring some peace just looking at it. Maybe it's the colors, I don't know. The combination of the different shapes. There's a lot of angles, but most of it is round. You know, knowing, I mean, you just have to take my word for it, but I know that clock is stopped, like it doesn't actually run. So I get to look at it knowing that the clock is still, it's a broken clock, which is a perfect analogy of stillness. A broken clock. And I also have it in the Malkut, right? It's at the bottom, because that's the only place time exists. And here's a snapshot of a still moment in time. No motion. No movement, no will, no intent, no desire, no purpose. Just and of course, I mean the crux of what really brought everything up today. You know, this beautiful kind of synchronicity of the rose and the lily, right? The Rosalia. The Ras Lila. The dance of divine love. The union of Krishna and Radha witnessed by Vishnu. That's all just a dream, right? It's all just a dream. And what is that dream? To know oneself. What is the goal? To know oneself. To know oneself fully. To allow oneself every inch of every ounce of every probability and possibility of sensation of the other. Because that is what we are here to do. take a look at that. That's going to be in here. The color, you're kind of right. The color is indicative, isn't it? The sort of transitional colors with the greens and the purples and the orange. There's that blue person. There's the dance. There's a lot of very, very cool stuff in here that I one day will share. The 3. Right? This is the 3. Every 2 has a third, right? I know it's fearful, but it's not. Don't be afraid. It's not a scary image. It's just you're looking at it from the perspective of a different dimension. All right, and who's that on the right-hand side viewing these 3? Interesting question, isn't it? Because that's, you know, the orange man. And it's that, I mean, we all have these avatars. We all have these people in our lives that manifest as ourselves in different forms. If we allow ourselves to experience them, they can really be very profound. Because these entities exist, and like I've mentioned before, once we do enter that place, it gives us the ability to know that this entity is a real, actual thing, right? And this actual thing can be spoken to, can be known. It can be experienced. First time people look at this, they go, oh yeah, so he's, you know, smoking weed. But there's 3 figures here. Kelly, thanks for popping in. Yeah, and I'm sure you can see a lot. That's the point, right, Kelly? The point is that we have the opportunity to look at something and we all have a different perspective. And how cool is it if we can get together and share that perspective? You know, like when I did this, I put a face in the smoke on purpose for those who see it. But I'm sure there's things in that smoke that I had never considered. And the beauty is that I'm locked in because I'm the one who made it, and so I know to look for that face. But people who don't, or who see other things, who can show me a piece that I had never thought, or a part of this that I had never considered. And there's a beautiful value in that, right? In that idea. That's the purpose of the group stuff, right? That's the purpose of sharing our perspective. I introduced this fella. Happy Saturn Day. I love Saturn days. You get to sleep in. They come for the colors. You know, there's a lot of truth in a lot of these. Here's one. This is one that I don't know who's prepared for this. You know what this actually is? This was an exercise in the Weeping Buddha. And then it wound up becoming a memory. And so, you know, he's closed off. Like, it seems like there's a room, right? But there's also like a separation between the room and the corner. But the thing here is that he's peeking out. And it's an opportunity to start seeing the truth and that recognizing that there is no separation here. And the color of the individual is very important, I thought. You know, it's something I didn't recognize until after the fact, that this is clearly somewhere in the progression of the story of that red or that orange individual, which is red and yellow mixed. Is this phase right here, this moment. Yeah, it's Trooper, yeah. Oh, I love that. He's looking at a book. I love that. Oh my gosh. Hang on. That's so great. Yeah, he saw the truth. Yeah. That's awesome. There's a reason that's awesome. We'll talk about it, Jessel, privately. Wow, okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad I showed that. That's, you have no idea what you just did. You have no idea. This is a straight up memory. This occurred in Vermont. This one was special. It was I'm not even sure how to describe what happened there, but it was a vision of an angelic being, and it took me by the head, and I felt the motion. It was really powerful, and I wasn't doing any kind of work. I wasn't doing any kind of anything. I was actually just laying down to go to sleep, and this happened. It was something else. It was really, really something. It was the motion of the loss of gravity, the sensation of the loss of gravity, and the motion was actually fearful. That's how fast the pulling was, and then I remember kind of going, "Open your eyes," and when I opened them, is when I saw the figure, and it zoomed past, like I saw the feet up the body, up the head, and I saw the head fly away as if I was, it was really, the speed at which it all happened was quick, and I was, it was really something. In the back of which one? Yes, Luana. In the back of which one is the message? The one with the book? Oh, well, first of all, as far as hugs, that's exactly how I feel about this person. I just want to squeeze this person till they pop, right? I want to hug him too. This one needs a hug. This person needs a hug. This is someone with purple and green that's missing some orange. So yeah, you have to consider the lens you're using when you look, and that's why it's important to be open to sharing. There's several people here who have shared some art with me personally, and I'd like to invite anyone who is willing to share their art, reach out to me. Okay, and send me the stuff, and I will put it up live, and we'll talk about it. And from your perspective, and then we'll see how people feel, and then we'll find the truth in it. See, is the story told or not? Or just is there, can you see the story in it? Can you see the one truth? Because there's power in that. By the way, I know it's in the pyramid now, and I'm not telling. I found out today what's in the pyramid. That one hit me. Does she really? That's important, because most likely, see, these are channeled, and so these are for somebody else. These are for somebody else to look at and experience and find a message in. Look at this one. Who's that? That's somebody who's passed on. They're no longer here. And this is the process of them literally passing from the light into the darkness, and that's why their eye is opening in the dark, because they're passing into that dark, where the truth is revealed, right? There is no truth in the light. Who is that? Somebody here knows that person. That's for you, and they have a message for you. I painted this 10 years ago. Let's see, what else? Any good prophetic ones in here? I have a bunch in other areas, other stuff too, that again I chose not to put on the channel because I'm concerned about censorship. I shared yesterday too his first picture, but let's look at this one first. This one here is a biggie. This is for somebody out there hiding behind the mask. And now here's the thing about this one that it gets me every time. The mask has tears, so the tears are the lie. Right, so it's easy to look at this and go, oh, the sadness, oh, it's so sad. Not at all. In fact, it's the person in the back is actually kind of joyful, and for some reason is wearing this sad mask that they could easily just drop. It's just, it's a choice to keep it, to wear it, to hold it. Wow. You get the idea. It's time to go home, right? It's time to go home. You've danced long enough. You saw all the colors. There he is. That's him. We're buddies now, so it's cool. For the longest time, he wouldn't talk to me. Wow. Wow. I cry from happy. I've cried more from happy in the past couple days than I have in 10 years. And I mean that's not hyperbole. That's literally the truth. I can't control myself the past couple of days. It's so intense, and it's all good stuff. Even the bad stuff, the painful stuff, is good stuff. Kelly Torrance, have you been in here before? I can't tell if I recognize your name or if I'm reading into that. I think you've been in here at least once or twice. Or have I done a reading for you in the past, say a couple of years ago? I don't know why I recognize your name for some reason. I was hoping Tavon would come back. So Tavon is somebody who's been in my channel before, and he popped in when I first started. Yeah. That's a beautiful quote. It really is. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. There was one from a couple of days ago, actually, which is a beautiful one. This is spoken every Sunday by my pastor. It's her opening prayer for our service. She's an enigma, because my pastor is like a ridiculous smart, like crazy smart. But she's just a walking truth. Like, she just is too busy doing to even worry about what she's she's walking it. But she speaks this every week, and something tells me, though, she said some things to me that makes me wonder, like, does she know stuff? Is it the second time? Okay, great. Well, thank you for coming back. Well, then I'm glad. That's what they're for. That's why I kind of popped them up and left them, is that there's, I want to know what other people see too. She said some things to me sometimes. Like, I've brought up my name. My name, Karis, is not my name. That's not my blood name. It was an accident. It was an eventuality that I got it, and it doesn't matter how, but basically through marriage and other things. But the fact is that I was given this name, Karis, and it's not my actual name. And the word Karis is Greek for the word chariot, which is the Merkaba. And so anyway, I have a Merkaba pin on my laptop bag that I bring to church every week. It's a pretty pin that I got from somebody who makes pins of esoteric. This girl had the names of the Sephiroth tattooed in every spot correctly on her body, and like, she was really hardcore into the outer order, big time. And then this girl had been in the Inner Sanctum and makes pins. And I bought one, because how do I look at a Merkaba pen and my name's Karis and not buy it, right? And so, long story short, I had that conversation, and she knew a lot about Merkaba that I was surprised, as being a Christian pastor that's like a dietitian. Her compulsion is to bring people to physical health. That's like her personal compulsion, and she took a path toward consumption as her method, to help people to eat right and to choose proper diet and so forth. And then she answered the call. I feel like Rapunzel with short hair. Wow, that's significant. Wow. Although that's good, though, isn't it? It's kind of like an opportunity to be something other than, somebody else's ladder. But so, yeah, I've always wondered about her. She says things that make me think, does she know stuff? I think she knows stuff. And I feel weird asking her. And frankly, although here I am openly on the internet, I'm not really sure how me being this open with some of the things I talk about would affect my station as deacon in the church. Like, I don't know if I would be allowed to maintain my deaconhood in the church if I were to be honest about the fact that I, teach esotericism in a cult, and I use it in my daily life, and I believe in it. Can I follow an angel fall again? Okay, let's do this again. Okay, Mike. All right. Spell Karis backwards. Okay. Then the meaning. Okay, meaning in Greek or Hebrew, what are your thoughts? And do the numbers, okay? Oh, can a fallen angel fall again? Yes. Absolutely. It's called falling in love. See, the first time you fall, it's because you want to experience life, and then you get here and realize there's only one thing worth experiencing. And so you fall again into the other. You fall back into, you fall up into yourself, which is an act of falling in love. The Thoth deck is everything. The Milo DuQuette's Tarot of Ceremonial Magic is the Thoth decoded, and it is absolutely the most effective tool I've ever used for teaching tarot and for reading cards as a reader, but it doesn't hold a candle to the Thoth Tarot with respect to the absolute mastery of the projection of these magical concepts. There are everything. But so let's read the quote here. Every Sunday before the service, this is spoken by her from memory. She's said it so many times. It's probably, this is her motto. I don't think she realizes it, but it is. This is her magical motto. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. I know the plans I have for you. Now let's talk about that, because there's two people here, right? I and you. Nope. I know the plans I have for me, declares I. Plans to prosper me and not to harm me. Plans to give me hope and a future. A future? That was the goal of falling, to create a thing called a future. And then today's. I just want to reiterate today's, okay? Okay, Kelly, I'll do that. I've done a lot of Gematria on my name, but the Pythagorean system's a bit different, right? Because like you said, with Gematria, the numerical value won't change. But with the Pythagorean, it will. And then, if you permutate using Tamura, it might be a little different than the Pythagorean using Greek. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do the Greek first. And that's a great idea. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is today's. Continue encouraging each other and building each other up just like you're doing already. I mean, it's like a laser pointer to the truth, right? I mean, like literally a laser pointer. Like, is it any more clear than this? Oh, here's a couple that I haven't shown. Here's one that I haven't shown. This is an eclipse. It was a moment that I witnessed about, 7 or so years ago, I guess it's been. And this one is very, very special and magical. This one, the color, I'm not telling you how I derived that color, but it has to do, it's a very, very interesting process that I chose two things in the real world and put them together in a piece of software to get the correct color, and then that's the color that I used. The Pantone number. So what you're looking at is actually an organic thing that was chosen to mix to create this green, and this is the moon. But specifically when I painted it, I remember there was an intention to create a light from above the moon. So that's the moon, but there's something brighter than the moon illuminating the sky from above it. And that was the thing I was trying to do here. But, as far as anybody else who has any idea or has a feeling about their interpretation of this, I see a moon hovering over water. Yet there's a light above the moon that's greater than it, and it's not the sun. This is an evening moment, from my perspective. It has that vibe of an evening moment. By the way, Lilith is the moon. All right. The Trinity is the sun, the moon, and the earth, right? And what is the moon and earth? Eve and Lilith. Neat. That's a great idea. Okay, sure. So just to be clear, you're looking at a dewdrop reflecting the moon. So you're looking at the reflection. That makes sense. So the light from above is the real moon, and what we're looking at is the reflection of it. And so we're seeing the moon light in two different states. I love that. I love that. There's actually a beauty in that, because the idea of the moon card is that it's dripping letters, right? I don't know if that's going to be visible in the Thoth moon. There is, but it's different. Let me pop it up. It does show them. They're a little more rigid, but it shows them the yuds. You see the yuds? If we go to our thing here, you can see the yud is on the top with the value number 10. And it's raining down, right? Where did I have that picture of Chloe? And there she is. All right. I'm not crazy, am I? Okay, I may be a little bit crazy. But that's a yud. But anyway, though, so the moon is raining down yuds. And so the implication here is that there's... let me go back to that picture, because that's a great perspective that I never considered. I just love that. I love that. I should have done this years ago. I was always afraid to show people my stuff. And it's not like a rejection thing or anything else. It was more just a thing like, are they going to think I'm weird or whatever the case? Because it's not like your traditional kind of expression. You know, what do I tell people? Like, oh, well, really, what was your motivation in this piece? Well, I'm trying to draw, psychic visions of other people's futures, which is actually their past, because they were born at the end of time. Anyway, so it's like, how do you? Well, I don't know. I was just motivated, or I don't know. I was, I was really high and just started painting. Like, how do you have that conversation with somebody when you've come to the truth and they're asking questions about art? Although it's a good opportunity to lead to the conversation, right? It kind of points to it. It invites the conversation. But so this is cool. So you're looking at a dewdrop, which is reflecting the moon, and the light from above is the actual moon that you're seeing the reflection of. And I love that. Because we have the moon, we have the light from above, and then we have the environment. So the three are there. The actual moon would be the feminine. The masculine would be the light from above. And then the complementary third, which is the union of both, is basically the space that they fill, the scene. That's so true, yeah. Yeah, that's the cool part about sharing that stuff, right? That's the idea. And so I think I covered everything. Let's just make sure that it was so strange compared to what I wanted to talk about and then what I actually talked about. So, because it evolved. Vyakasati Karana. You can't say it, you gotta vibrate it. It has to shake you. It has to resonate. When you speak the name, you vibrate it. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, what time we got? Oh my gosh, it's like early. It's only been 3 hours. Okay. I'm going to step away for a minute. Yep. Freshen up that cup, and maybe we'll throw some cards or have some fun. There's a couple of oracles that we've been kicking around, right, to see if they should tell the story, and what we can. There's a deck that I wanted to kind of show too, and get a couple of people's opinions of it, with respect to whether or not it tells the story. And this one's very unique. This is probably the most unique tarot deck I've ever seen. And I'm curious of people's perspectives. And now there he goes with that hyperbole again. But no, typically I start with hyperbole with the intent of realizing that when you see it, you're gonna have the same perspective. Wow, yeah. Kelly, the fact that you're open enough to see that is a big deal, and it makes me happy that I decided to share it. Like, really. Because the goal of the work, it's not about the quality. That's why I finally was over it. And you know who helped me with that was Milo DuQuette. His deck is very well drawn. The lines are perfect. The characters are friendly and approachable. But with respect to the artistic quality of like the both deck, clearly they're night and day. I mean, Frida Harris was a master. And Lon DuQuette is a comedian, a musician, an occultist, a performer, all these things, but he's not a painter. But his deck is the most effective deck I've ever used to read cards in 40 years of reading cards. And so, I finally said, it's not about the quality of the art, it's about the quality of its ability to speak a vision to people, and that vision be given a definition that they can communicate. And I think it succeeds at that. And so I was finally like, all right, I'm putting it out. And so I did a couple days ago. I put out a couple pieces and so on. And the ones that I feel have something to contribute psychically, like something like to give you a jumping off point to maybe see something in there. And so thankfully, a couple people connected tonight to it in a way that's cool. Anyone who has a piece that they saw, that they feel like that they found a something in, please tell me and I will email it to you. All right, and print it, use it, look at it, spread the message if it's something profound or something that's relevant that you think people can benefit from. And enjoy it. Enjoy the message. And if you're an artist, again, I said it, but I just want to say it again to make sure. I'm pretty scatterbrained. I offer a sip and I feed you with a fire hose. Well, it's the same thing to me. I'm just channeling this stuff, so I forget where I'm at half the time. If you are a painter, an artist, a musician, and you have a piece that you think will benefit this conversation, send it to me. Make sure that you give descriptions, i.e., what's the medium, what's the name, does it, is there a description you want me to give? Let me know. I would love to share what you have to give to this community. And I'm going to be having that conversation with Jess about one or two of those pieces that are so obvious, it's like smacking me in the face, and I can't get them out of my head. And so the only way I'm going to be able to get them out of my head is if I share them with people. So please let me. Okay. Enough lip. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Kelly, here's how the giveaway with the decks is that I'm going through a process of shedding, right, with the intent of being authentic about what we're doing here. And so anybody who enters the inner order will be given a name and a free deck. I'm going to choose a deck and just, if you're within the continental United States, send it to you. So as far as the money is concerned, I'm not selling any of it. However, the way I'm funding the ability to send the deck out, and it does come with a reading, is I have a spread that I've developed over 20 years. Let me be straight. I've been reading for 40, but it's been 20 years since I've been woken to this truth, and I've been using the tarot, to tell the story. I developed a spread, which is a 4-session working that's designed around looking at your story unfolding from the perspective of the lower self and the higher self, of the descent, i.e. you becoming physically manifest as Kelly, and then the ascent back. Because don't forget, the story's already told, so it gives us access to seeing that. And so it's pretty involved, and it's a $35 one-time $35 fee, which includes the 4 sessions. They're typically about an hour. An astrology chart with a full numerology breakdown, including Tamura and Gematria on your name, the astrology chart, and the 4 spreads, all for the low price of $35. And people who see what I do and know what I do think I'm absolutely nuts, because that's under $10 an hour. I inevitably talk for 2 hours. Anyone who's been through it with me can attest. It's not an hour reading. So that's what that's all about. And it also, the fact that you're going through the work means that you are obviously on the right path, and it's typically an automatic invite into the inner order. The only time that it wouldn't be is if I feel like you would be a detriment due to attitude or like trolling. But that's if you're going to do the work with me through 4 sessions of tarot readings to discover the one truth, you probably belong in the inner order, right? You most likely belong there. So that's the short answer to the free deck. I'm giving it away to anybody who joins the inner order. And now, if you can't afford the $35, pay it to me over time. I'm going to be doing multiple readings for you anyway. Anyone again here who can attest that we talk privately. We talk whenever you need to shoot me a text, and I'll throw some cards, or we'll just chat, whatever the case. But so the point is that pay me 10 now, pay me 10 in a week. Go to my Patreon and pledge $5 or $10 a month until you paid $35, like whatever. It's not about that. It's about, I need to be compensated for the time, and you need to honor what you're doing. And that's a good way to do it. And it also, selfishly and financially, it gives me the money to send you the deck, right? It's not cheap to send a deck. I'm broke. And so it's a good way for those two things to come together. So that's how I kind of derived this process. But yeah, that's the process. Okay. But that said, though, I will be back shortly, and we'll have some fun. We'll play with our toys, because what are we here to do, right? We play with our toys, which leads us to these knowings that we can then discover the truth in. It leads us to the inner sanctum that we walk out of, and now we look at these toys with new eyes, and they become tools. So for now, let's play with toys so that when we do wake up, they become tools. All right? So I'll see you in a couple minutes. Alrighty. So, that said, there's a deck that I think I'm going to use for a reading just for fun, but I also want to kind of show it off to some of the people here and get your opinion about it because it's so unique, the approach that he took. Let me get the name right. Rota Mundi, the Rota Mundi. And just to be clear for people in the room, Rota, this is going to be on the right-hand side in the blue, fifth one from the bottom. Rota Mundi. Rota is another term for the tarot, right? Rota meaning the wheel. And tarot is in there if you rotate the letters. T-A-R-O, R-O-T-A, A-T-O-R, so forth. And so Rota is another permutation of the word tarot. But it also refers to the wheel. And so it's quite a beautiful naming of the deck. And when I first looked at it, it was with respect to the idea that the creator designed it specifically to be a tool for merging the Kabbalah with alchemical and Christian iconography and mysticism, all in one system. But the cards almost have a diagram quality about them. And so that's the part that I found very interesting and I wanted to kind of show today and get people's feelings about. Because what he also wound up doing, just to kind of keep the deck in a place where it could be used for divinatory purposes, like for readers, is he put images on the cards that point to what the Rider-Waite equivalent would be. But the cards themselves are really sort of like cheat sheets. It's a neat deck. So let me show you. It's called Rota Mundi. And this individual is a practicing magician and is designed the deck around the fact of trying to get this story told in multiple ways and one card. And it to be used to help people to come to these archetypes in their mind and to make them utilizable, to make them functional as a vocabulary. Okay, so that said, Rota Mundi. Now, first thing about this is the back. So right away, obviously, it's speaking Kabbalah because there's the flower, right, and there's some other symbols. There's some Hebrew, there's some Greek, there's alchemical symbols. So it's right away. It's letting you know, okay, I'm covering all the bases here, right? Notice that it's kind of a matte finish, right? It's a smooth matte finish. If you can feel, it's kind of a smooth kind of cardboard, very thick, very, very thick cardboard, right? They're gilded, which is pretty. That's just a nice touch that they're gilded. But it did, incidentally, it makes it very painful to shuffle, and it actually kind of cuts your hands. It's weird. They're sharp. They're sharp. And when you bring it up as a whole deck, it's sharper. It's weird. But that does wear off, but that's just an observation. Okay. And they're very, hear that. I mean, it's a solid piece of cardboard. Okay. Now the cards themselves are so interesting. This is an example of one of the cards. That's a great card to start with, huh? That's what we're talking about. Die daily. Be open to destroying the self so that we can recreate something new and closer to who we really are. And this is the opportunity to recognize that our identity is a construct that we get to reconstruct whenever we want. And so if we're suffering, we can recognize that we're not suffering. Our identity is, and that it's really just a lie that we create. But that said, what he's looking at here is all the information. It references the letter Pe, which means mouth. The intelligence. The intelligence is related to the Sephiroth. The path on the tree. Right? The lines that connect the circles are called the paths. and they connect to each Sephiroth, and it's a way of transversing the tree to the bottom or the top, depending on which tree you're on. There's 4 of them, and so forth. The attribution, and so forth. And on the bottom, it shows that path from Hod to Netzach. It's like, it's the path that you're actually taking right here, from Hod to Netzach. And so it shows you where on the tree this card's referring to, which is neat. It's a good mnemonic device. Right? And now if I were going to read this as a tarot reader, I would just look at the tower, right? But from a magical perspective, there's all kinds of goodies right here when doing your work. The Hermit, Air, Yod, Hand, the 20th path, so forth. Right? And this goes from Hesed to Tiferet. And so forth, right? Now let's look at some others. Now this is the great example. Here's a card where this is the, let's take a look and make sure. The 5. It's not always easy to tell the suit, and you'll see what I mean in a moment here. I'm going to put that one aside because I want to refer it back to it, but let's... And that's another major. The Emperor. Yeah, this is the Queen of Sword. And you'll see that right there. There's a little Q with some swords. So it's really hard, the indication there, because especially with the pillars, the B and the J, it almost has like an idea of the Hierophant or of the High Priestess. And this is the Queen of Sword, right? But that said, though, it's not. It's referring to also an alchemical process. It's the beginning of the marriage, so to speak. They're preparing. Right. The beginning. The end. The rise. The dance. Look at the attribution. Beauty and ugly. Because what is ugly but beauty through a different accent? Once you learn the language and you recognize the accent, suddenly you can see the beauty in something that you once thought was ugly. That's the reality here. The Ace of Cups. Solve et coagula. Separate, recombine. Separate and recombine. It's a very powerful alchemical card right there. This is the 9 of Cup. Look familiar to anybody in the room? Wink, wink, nod, nod. Okay, good. How's this feeling with everybody? Is it weird? Is it interesting? Is it something that you resonate with? Or is it something that's just too complicated? Like, what does everybody think? It's a beautiful seal. Just gorgeous. Let me go ahead and put my glasses on and read this to you guys. Don't get old. If you can, I would say 26. Stop aging at 26. That's a good one. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Earthly priests serve at the sanctuary that is a shadow of the heavenly one. King of Sword. There's the name. Now we've seen one of these before, right? We saw the Queen. And so now suddenly it looks like we're unlocking some kind of alchemical truth, right? Because here's the Queen, which is Mercury in spirit. And here's the King, the Father, the Sulfur, the Soul. So the King of Sword is one of the cards related to the alchemical process, and it looks like in this one here, the Queen of Sword is another one. But we know that every two has a third. What's the third piece? Salt. And so we gotta find salt. And when we find salt, we'll have all three pieces of the alchemical marriage. I wonder what card it's gonna be. Let's find out. I love being dramatic. It's so much fun. It's like pure cheese. The Pentagrammaton. What a great card. Love that. 5 of Pentacle. Fire, water, air, earth, spirit. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. The Pentateuch. Right, the 5 first books. Beautiful card. Right? Totally. Queen of Pentacle. John chapter 7 through 12. The symbolism becomes more obvious when you're reading it while looking at the card. So have the card up when you get to the Bible chapter. It's a great exercise to go through. Ooh, what's that on top? Lapis Philosophorum. The House of Wisdom. This is also the 6 of Cups. Beautiful. There's some serious stuff going on there with those birds. If you look at them, they're holding bows and arrows, and they're pointed down. Great card. Four of Sword, external influence. Look at her putting the cap on him. Love that. But you get the idea here. Let's just flip through a little quicker here and see if we can find some more interesting stuff. Oh, this is great. This card is great. I've been using this example to teach for the entire time I've been teaching tarot, and he put it in one card. Just meditate on that for a sec. Is that really something? I mean, come on. The 2 towers, the 2 towers, the 2 towers, the wheel. It's just beautiful. The 3 figures that are on the wheel, the 3 figures that are on the wheel, the environment in which they do their work. It's just beautiful. It's all there. And it shows that perfect union with these 3 cards, and what they actually are together is you. What the wheel is teaching us is not just that wherever you are on the wheel, you won't be for long because it's always turning. And so if you're on the top, you're going to be on the bottom. You are all 3. And where you are on the wheel is determined by one fact alone. What lens are you using? What eyes are you seeing through? Where we put our attention is what we become. Seeing is an act of creation. Seeing is an act of identification with the self. And so when you look at this card, think about the perspective that you're coming from. Similar to the Chariot, the Merkaba. There's 3 conversations going on here. You have to convince those 2 animals in the front to move, or it ain't going anywhere. They have to convince you to steer, or it ain't going anywhere. And then obviously it's the strength of the entire vehicle to maintain your will so that it can take you where you want to go. And all 3 of you rely on that taking place. Oh, cool. And there it is. Immortality. So let's just flip through quickly and see if we can find us some salt. Ten of Pentacle. Duh. Tree of Life. Great deck, though, really. I flipped through it a lot just to kind of read the Kabbalah, right? It's sometimes you want to read the Zohar, right? And sometimes you want to read the Zohar. Luke chapter 7 through 12. There's some holy stuff going on in that image right there. Let's find salt. Well, that's another one I'm going to show. I'll do it now. I've shown this on the channel too, and this one I have to give credit to the great, the amazing. We are eternally in her debt, Rachel Pollack, who gave us 78 Degrees of Wisdom. A lot of people's first serious tarot book. Like when you're done reading the little white book and it's time to graduate and put on your big boy pants, that's the book that's going to get you to the next step. Not a joke. Rachel Pollack, what she did for us, 78 Degrees of Wisdom. Great book. Woke me up. Late teens. I recommend it to I would give it to a master and they'll learn things. She knows she knows what she's doing. This progression was taught to me in her book like 30 years ago. And I've used it since to make sure that people recognize the fact that these cards are all holographic versions of each other, just under different lenses. I went through that exercise with some artwork over the past couple of days. That's what you're seeing here. These cards are identical. The Fool's Journey, or the Lover's Journey rather, is actually a misnomer because they're all in this state all at the same time. They never leave any of these. And which one we are, whether we're giving in to temptation or denying it, whether we're practicing temperance or giving in to the body, whether we turn away from judgment or we face it, is really just a matter of the perspective that we take. Yeah, I don't think it wasn't in here, right? No. Okay. 3 pillars. 3 pillars? What do you mean, Michael? You've been telling us there's 2 pillars. No, of course not. There's a 3rd pillar. Every 2 has a 3rd. The algorithm is perfect. It works for everything. Every 2 has a 3rd. Of course there's a middle pillar. And it's the only way to get to the top. All right, so Mark chapter 7 through 12. Ow. Sorry, I had to. Okay, so we're looking for some salt. The unicursal hexagram. Now you know what it really is. Good stuff, right? This deck reveals a lot. And this is a good deck. This is, I could be wrong. I think it's a bad deck for beginners. I think it is. I think it just is going to confuse the heck out of people. Although that's just based on my own interpretation of my experience in learning the tarot. That can be completely false. Alright, I need me some salt here. Come on now. Matthew 25 through 28. Respina, 2 things. There has to be a salt card. You can't have mercury and sulfur without salt. Oh, there it is. It's the last card. That's funny. You know, just by virtue of the fact that there was a mercury and a sulfur meant that there had to be a salt card. And it is the Knight of Swords, duh. Which is obviously the product of the King and Queen. Oh my God, what have I done? I didn't bury them in here. Stop. Please tell me I didn't do that. Michael. Okay. Here we go. I've been sleeping 3 hours a night for the past week, and I'm not kidding. But so, okay. There it is. And so what we're looking at here is the product of the alchemical marriage. We've talked about the marriage many times. We talked about what it really is. We spoke about it tonight with respect to it being the dance, right? Now, this here is a different interpretation of that dance. Okay? Wow. When you get the message out, integrate it and drift to sleep, right? And drift to sleep. Okay, give me just a sec, actually. I'm going to let Chloe out the back door, and I'll be right back. Okay. So to see it from a completely different angle is really special, right? Because we've looked at it from the dance, we've looked at it from the interplay of the polarity idea. We've looked at it from the elementals within tarot. You know, there's a lot of different ways that we've looked at this marriage. And this is another example of that. And what we have here is the actual product, the sun. And I've talked about this before as well. And Kelly, this is significant with respect to the spread that I spoke about. This is one portion of that. This happens 4 times over 4 different sessions. And what this is the telling of the story of your creation. With respect to the players being the queen and the king, being promoted through the relationship that's developed when they're prince and princess. And then the union of their marriage leading to the death of the king, which requires the queen to gain the advice of the advisors. And in that, the pregnancy that was a result of her relationship with the king gives birth to the new knight. And then the story continues. Now that said, this is that new knight. And starts with the sword, basically, in this circumstance. So the queen becomes the object of desire. Good night, Bree. I'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll talk about your name and all that other stuff. And so have a great night and sweet dreams. And then here we have the suitor that wins her by going through her trials. And then this is the product of that. And what do we have? The unfolding of the letters that gives us the power to create the words. And so it's the union of these two fixed things that give power to this dynamic thing that can create change. Because what are the letters but tools to create myriad, diverse, possibility and probability? I need to close the back door. It just got freezing cold in here. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Alrighty, man, that chill hit fast. It's coming. The fall is coming. Actually, well, wait a minute. Winter's coming. We're in the fall. It is the dark time. It's the quiet time. It's the stillness. So, that is the Rotamundi. Comes with a great book. He wrote a nice book to talk about the deck, and it came with the deck, which isn't always the case. Some cases, like for instance with Milo DuQuette, the book's so big that it can't come with the deck. But with the Rotamundi, it was a small but very powerful, with him describing how he got the symbolism. All right, and that's the big deal here. It's about understanding the different connections between these bodies. You know, if one the one idea of reception is the idea of the higher self, whereas in the other body of knowledge, the idea of reception is part of this alchemical process of the breaking down of parts and the reconstitution as a different form, which again we've talked about is, in the language of tarot, the work of the hermit, giving in to the tower, and allowing him to be recreated as the star. And that's just one example of that story. There's many versions of it in the majors, but you get the idea. And so decks like these tend to make those connections, and the more you use that knowledge, the more you see the connections elsewhere, because now we know red is will, yellow is mind. So when we see red and yellow, next time you see orange, think about that. That's the unification of divine mind and divine will. It gives new meaning to that glass of juice in the morning, doesn't it? You know, and so and we can have that experience by reading our world as if it was the tarot, when we develop the vocabulary of color, of element, of gravity, magnetism, strong and weak nuclear, right? Of solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, of reception and bestowal, of speaking, listening, rejecting, and lament. You know, there's all of these different quaternaries, these four pillars of creation, spoken different ways, but it's all the same truth. And what is that truth? Us. It's just you and me. It's just you. And it's just us. So that deck's interesting, right? It's the way they went about it is something that I really didn't know how to feel the first time out. I kind of looked at it as almost like a training tool, and that's it. I didn't really give it anything more than that, because to use it for reading seemed like it would be very navigating to figure out what card I'm looking at, because you're looking at it from the language of the system that you know. And then finally I stopped doing that, and what I wound up doing is I just kept myself open to the fact that let it be what it actually is, rather than what I am trying to make it be. And by doing that, it opened up, and it was easily read at that point. Slightly similar experience to what I did with Deviant Moon, where it was so beautiful artistically that I failed to see the symbolism until I recognized that it was just the same thing I'm used to looking at, but from the angle of a different accent, from a different artistic perspective. And so then suddenly it was unlocked, right? It was no longer this confusion. It was more this idea of, oh, I get it now. It's just speaking with a different accent, different language. Somebody from the Northeast has a lot of trouble understanding somebody with a Creole accent that talks fast, because it's very like French. It's almost like a different language. There's also other languages out in the Midwest, or different dialects, like it's straight up English, but I can barely understand sometimes. Just because my mind is expecting different vowels, right, or different consonants. This is the way it works. And so what we can do rather than is to, as I've mentioned before and will again ad nauseum, hear with our heart first, not our mind. And so just take it in and experience it emotionally, so that it transcends language, and it's more about the meaning. And by feeling the meaning first, you can then later on interrogate it mentally after the fact. And what you're looking at then is not the form, which is a lie. You're looking at the reaction to the form, and the reaction is divine, because you've used the heart to do it. And so you're seeing the truth in the thing. And then when you experience it mentally, in the thing mentally, Melanie, come here, honey. You want to say hi to everyone? Come on up. What are you doing up? It's early. What time is it? Oh my God, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Good to see you too. I guess Chloe was stirring, right? So now you got to be up too. Well, she's up. I can't work because she's 9 years old and you're 7 months old. That's why. When you're the big sister, you can stay up late. I challenge you to beat this. It's impossible. to take on the world. And she'd win, too. Don't forget, dachshunds were bred to hunt and defeat badgers. That's a fierce animal right there. Don't let her size fool you. She'll kick your butt. And she'll laugh the whole time. Yes. So, don't remember what we're all here for. Or don't forget why we're all here. Remember always that you are. And whatever it is that you're looking at, you are. Whatever you're hearing. It's powerful stuff. And at the end of this process, when you're done and you come to the place and it just becomes part of your thinking, there's no longer any work toward that truth, and you just see it everywhere, and so you speak it automatically. And that's kind of the part of the deal with what Eliphas Levi was talking about when he made this quote, that an imprisoned person with no other book than the tarot, if he knew how to use it, could in a few years acquire universal knowledge that could be, and would be able to speak all subjects. Yeah. And now this I spoke about because I changed the words a little bit to speak to the actual one truth. That's, yep. The dachshund is the boss. True story. Let's change the words a little bit. You, with no other truth than the one truth, could immediately acquire all knowledge and would be able to speak on all subjects, period. Because the reality is that all knowledge is simply a permutation of the one truth, just like all people are just permutations of the one truth. And when you recognize that, what happens? You get to look out into other people and see, what are you doing? No, you cannot eat my watch band. Yeah, dachshund's also true. It allows you to look out and to see the truth everywhere. And so what that means is when you have a question or something that's weighing on you that you're having trouble finding a good perspective on, you get to now look out into the world and recognize that this is you speaking back to yourself that truth, and you just simply need to listen with the right ears to hear it. And what ears are those? It's the heart. And how do I know that? Because it was told to me. Right? It's the divine order. We have all learned it our whole lives. We just forgot that things get swapped during the descent. So when we flip the coin, the cup and the sword, it unlocks everything. Suddenly mind and heart, heart and mind. There's no conflict between the ego and the thoughts. There's no conflict between the two hearts having different desires. Everything's in order. And then what that does is it gives us the truth that lets us use that. We can now apply that knowledge to then make that change. To practically say, okay, wait a minute. If that's the case, then I can simply change my perspective. And by doing so, I literally become somebody else. And who is that somebody that you become? The thing you literally have already been. Like the thing that you've been calling out from, hoping to be heard by the rest of the world, and that's finally it's heard. That breaks through the veil, the husk. And you begin to cast your own light instead of reflecting the light of the world. And what happens when you do that? Well, what happens is that the people that are connected with that energy are drawn to it. You become a point of attention. You become the object of their desire instead of the object of desire to the world. And the world is ugly. But you are beautiful. And so what happens when you cast your beauty is that the world reflects your beauty instead of you reflecting the world's ugly. And suddenly, the world becomes beautiful because of you. Creation happened. That's what we're all trying to do anyway, right? That's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to be creators. We want to be like the creator. And how do we do that? We create. Bark on the truth, honey. Speak it. She's losing it. Okay, little baby. I know. Okay, oh, see now Arlo is sleeping and she woke him up and he's not happy at all. Okay, little Arlo. I know, buddy. That's your sister, though. That's your sister. Puppies. We've all been there. What are you going to do? They're dogs. They're going to do dog stuff. And dog things. Ooh, get it. Oh, show her who's boss. That's it. Dude, she eats him for lunch. Arlo is a Chiweenie. He's a Dachshund Chihuahua. And so he's a lot more mellow. He's pretty emo. And she's just like fierce, dominant, like energy, like girl power energy. And so he doesn't know what to do with it. He has no idea how to deal with a strong woman. You know, it's just, God bless him. I tried teaching him. He doesn't know what to do. That's okay, though. The world needs that, too. That's right, my guy. I'm so enamored by him. He's handsome. I sent a picture to somebody today. I don't know if I should. I don't know. It'll take me a minute to dig for it. I'll show him tomorrow. He's special, though. Arlo's a special dog. Well, that said, though, I'm going to wrap it up. Happy 4:44. Cool. I just looked at the clock. 10:22:22, and it's 4:44 a.m. You know what that means? Absolutely nothing. Unless you decide that it means something, in which case it means something very profound. 4:44 is a big number. It points to a very powerful truth. You know what another number is that's really powerful? 1. Because it's the only one. 1 is the only number. And the only truth is you. I love you. And people who've been here know that I mean that. And they know what I mean when I say that. And so thank you so much for everybody that joined me tonight. And if you got anything out of this, please like the video. It means everything. That is the currency by which this economy works, right? The AIs look at comments and likes. They look at engagement and watch time and all that stuff, and all that matters. And so if you want to help support what I'm doing here, click that button. It's just a simple button that you click, and it tells them, hey, he's got something here that people should see. And if you hate what I'm doing, then make sure you write a paragraph in the comment. And thank you so much for joining me, and I really appreciate it. And anyone who needs any advice or would like to talk, I'm open. Just give me a call, text, email, WhatsApp, reach out in all the ways, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time. I'm smitten for a kitten who's so warm I need no mittens. Oh kitten, thank you. I don't know why I felt like doing that, but I did. You know why I'm doing that? Because you inspired the hell out of me today. That's why. And I owe you. None of this ever happened.